None. Roll call and verification of quorum. Cherry Ray.
All right. Trainer is
Here.
Tribble,
Here.
Podier, Moda,
Here.
Kira,
Here.
Nimbargi, I'm sorry,
Here.
Donovan,
Here.
McClellan,
Present.
Millington,
Present.
Temple,
Present.
Capozzi, Caldwell,
Present.
Spalding,
Present.
Castillo, Parmar, Cantrell, Perry, Shella, Butler,
Present.
Batasia,
Present.
Simcoe, Wanjin,
Present.
Campbell, Domino,
Present.
Foster,
Here.
McNutt,
Present.
Becerra, Yalamanchili,
Present.
Heinskill, Tamarla,
Here.
Patel,
Here.
Uchoa, Harrell,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Barrickman,
Present.
Almanar,
Present.
Anderson, Castellan,
Present.
Hall,
Here.
Holmes,
Present.
Platties,
Present.
Costas, Duke,
Present.
Martin, Saucedo,
Present.
Tache, and Brenner. All right. 39 out of 47 quorum is verified.
Alrighty, we're at approval of the minutes. Take a look at last meeting's minutes. It was a while ago. If there are any questions, let me know. If not, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's agenda.
So a motion to approve last meeting's agenda. Are there any objections for the minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, we're now at approval of the agenda. Take a look at the agenda tonight. If there are any things that can be changed, let me know. If not, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to approve tonight's agenda.
There's a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, before we continue, Senator Castillo.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:11 p.m. Alrighty, we are now at open forum. Are there any individuals wishing to speak during open forum? Seeing none, announcements from the student body president, President Lopez.
Hi, everyone. I just see a couple of new faces. So those of you that don't know me, hi, I'm Daniela. It's great to meet you. Hopefully sometime we can chat offline. But I hope you all had a great, restful, peaceful, stress-free winter break. And I hope that your first week of classes have been going well. Just a couple of announcements from me. Chief Justice interviews are going to begin next week. And next week, though, hopefully we'll also have an appointment of a new Chief Justice. So just to keep you all in the loop. In addition, the Executive Cabinet will be having our spring retreat in the Student Union this week. And essentially, we're going to be finalizing our spring plans, initiatives, and events. So sometime next week, we will be sending out a calendar for all of the events that we have planned this month, just to ensure that you guys are all in the loop and know what's going on. But aside from that, I hope you have a great semester.
All right, are there any questions for President Lopez? Seeing none, thank you. Seeing no announcements from the Vice President, Comptroller's report, Comptroller Eckerd.
Hey everyone, I hope you had a good break. The CRT current account balance is $349,692.74 with a reversion rate of 1.24%. The FAO current account balance is $153,031.83 with a reversion rate of 7.06%.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Comptroller Urchin? Seeing none, thank you. Before we continue, Senator Capozzi.
President voting.
So noted at 7:13 p.m. Alrighty, Cabinet Forum, Attorney General Moore.
Hi, Senate. It's great to see all of you again. I hope you had a relaxing, fun break. Just a couple of things for me, per usual. Here is the opinion request form. So I've linked that there. And just as a refresher, opinion requests can be put in for interpreting precepts of the student body constitution, statutes, our Senate rules, golden rule rights and responsibilities, and other legal mandates. So if you ever have a question about any of those things or how like a bill relates to some of those things, you can feel free to put in an opinion request or just ask me a question as well. And I'll be resuming crafting recommendations for revision for our statutes starting next week. And I'll also just be out of town tomorrow through Monday. So if there's a delay in me getting back to you, that is why. And then Internal Bill 5424, many of y'all have already heard my commentary on that bill, my thoughts on that bill a couple of times. So I won't repeat them again this week, but I have linked those there for your reference. So it's under my section in Cabinet Forum in case you'd like to take a look at that. But that's pretty much all for me. Thank you, guys.
Alrighty, are there any questions for the Attorney General? Seeing none, thank you. Up next, announcements from the Chief Justice. Chief Justice Carroll.
Hello, there we go. Hello, everybody. Hope you guys all had a wonderful break. Just a reminder, I am leaving to study abroad next month, so I'll be resigning towards the beginning of next month. But I just wanted to stop by and let you know that Judicial did not meet at all this week. We're going to resume all of our meetings as normal starting next week.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chief Justice Carroll? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, Supervisor McGregor.
Hi, everybody. I hope everyone had a great winter break and is having a good first week of classes. Just a few announcements from me. Candidate application packets are open for this upcoming election. So if you're interested in running for re-election, make sure you fill that out. Our first information session will be taking place next Tuesday, the 17th at 11 a.m. And the rest of the dates are linked in the minutes. If you cannot make it to any of those dates, that's okay. Just please email me and we can make alternate arrangements. And then just as a reminder for some of the other dates for the election this semester, declaration of candidacy is February 6th through the 10th. Elections will be taking place March 6th through the 8th. And we have the presidential debate February 22nd at 6 p.m. and the Senate forum on February 28th at 6 p.m. And both of those will be in the Cape Florida Ballroom. And if you guys have any questions regarding the election, please feel free to email me and I will answer accordingly. Thank you.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Supervisor McGregor? Senator Berkman.
Where can we find that form?
Sorry, it was on Night Connect. You just have to sign in and it'll be there.
Senator Berkman.
Sorry, but where on Night Connect?
It'll be on the Election Commission page.
Alrighty, are there any other questions for Supervisor McGregor? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, Chair Wonjin.
Hey all, we're currently in the process of figuring out when the special session is going to be held, but it's likely going to be mid-February. I will also be sending out a when to meet for the final budget committee meeting, hopefully tomorrow, but after the open senator seat has been filled. Also, if you or anybody else has questions about the budget, please feel free to ask me. My email is above in the agenda, and I'm in the office constantly. The budget committee drive is linked below in my announcements, and I'd encourage any of you who are curious to look through it. I'm also working on creating educational materials for all of you about the budget and some of the questions I've heard a lot, but that is only in progress for the moment.
All right. Any questions for Chair Wondren? Seeing none, thank you. Seeing no announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, announced from the Senate President. All righty. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Pro Temp Foster and I are very excited to have you all back with us here for this spring. Should be a good semester. For some of us, it will be our final semester for both Pro Temp Foster and I, as well as others. So, looking forward to it. Moving along a little bit, just going to kind of reemphasize what I sent out the email at the beginning of the week about. So first, if you have not received a SG Legislative Branch polo, to please fill out that form, and then sometime next week to just stop by my office so you can grab one. I'm mostly in my offices Tuesday, Thursday, and sometimes Fridays now that I have an internship. If you are intending to graduate the spring of 2023, please fill out that form that I've linked there so that we can order stoles for everyone. Want to make sure that everyone is as represented as possible. If you want to schedule a meeting with myself, ELA DeMarla, ILA Almanchili, or any combination of the three of us, to please fill out that additional form. Just if you have any concern, anything that you want to have a meeting about, go for it. And then the last couple things here. First, if you need to change committees or caucuses, please speak to me or email me during this meeting so that by the end we can make sure that everyone is in the right spot to begin next week. And then I didn't write it down, but if somebody wants to just briefly write just what I'm going to say here, just to thank everybody that was involved with the budget committee process. Chair Wondren did an amazing job, Vice Chair McClellan, as well as all the senators and everyone else throughout student government, as well as the student at larges that did a great job. It was a long 2 days. But it was supposed to be 3 days. So that shows how great Chair Wondren did with that process. And as Chair Wondren said, if you have any questions, so please ask her. There's a lot of incorrect information in the wider internet sphere, and we want to make sure that as student government agents, we're making sure that our information is accurate and correct. And that's where I would highly encourage you to look over the drive as well as speak to Chair Wondren. And then the last thing that I did want to talk a little bit about, that I did talk to some of the committees this week, as well as caucuses, is that in the wake of recent actions undertaken by the state that I know most of us have at least seen in the news regarding both at the state level as well as recent actions with New College of Florida, I just wanted to take a moment to reaffirm this body's commitment to both diversity, equity, and inclusion on this campus, as well as making it clear that my priority for the time that I have left here is to make sure that UCF as a whole reaffirms that commitment. It's a difficult subject. I know people have very strong feelings about it. At the heart of it, this is an institution that values the communities that are here, that loves the communities that are here, and that deserve to be appreciated. These, what are effectively attacks by the state, should not go in silence. These universities have an obligation to protect their students, and it's our ability as a representation of the student body to make sure that we are fighting for our students. Perhaps those that see our diversity as a negative ought to see it for what it is, a positive, to see it as a unifying thing, a thing that brings students together and brings this community together. Perhaps those that talk about color blindness ought to be talking about color consciousness, understanding that our experiences are not the same as others, taking the time to understand that equity is not a thing that we have in this society, and that we have an obligation both as a body and as a university to promote that as much as possible, to make sure that the doorway of higher education is open to everybody. And at the end of the day, to make sure that we stand for the student body that we represent. I think that we can only do so much, but what that means is that we have the ability to make clear to the Board of Governors, the Board of Trustees, the very, very rich people that got appointed because they're very, very rich, to make it clear that they are here ultimately to serve us, not the other way around. So expect action in the coming weeks. I don't intend to sit in silence, because complacency is what allows this to succeed. And as long as UCF continues to promote the values that it claims it stands on, then we're on the right track. But that's going to take all of us putting that pressure, making sure that we're engaging in an effective way, but also making sure that those who are standing in the way are called out, or made sure that they are called out and are dealt with. Because at the end of the day, we have an obligation as a student government as a whole, let alone this body, to fight for our students. And these are attacks. These are direct attacks. You can frame it whatever way you want to, but these are direct attacks on values that all of us in our heart of hearts do believe in. And I'm not going to spend the last 3 months that I have in this position, the last semester that I have at UCF, watching the college that I went into backslide. That I want to leave UCF knowing that it's better than when I came in. And right now remains to be seen. So just something to kind of keep in mind as we move forward and understand that we have an obligation to fight for the students that we represent. Lastly, on a more positive note, I know it says resignations there, but I hereby resign Senator Heightskill from CHIPS Seat 6. The reason why it's a positive is because she has gotten a job as a personal trainer, and she's nearing graduation where she'll then be going to personal or PT school. So I want to just give a quick round of applause for Senator Heightskill. And yeah, with that, are there any questions for me? Senator Rucho.
President voting.
So noted at 7:24 p.m. Any other questions for me? Senator Casas.
Just wanted to say thank you for using your platform to talk about those things. You know, some people don't use the platform they have to talk about those things, especially when they have a position of power. So I applaud you for speaking up, and I hope we can do some good things to combat the state's actions.
I appreciate it. Chair Taché.
President voting.
So noted at 7:25 p.m. Any other questions for myself? Seeing none. Internal Legislative Assistant Report, ILA Almachili.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, everyone. I hope you've had a great winter break, New Year, Christmas, whatever holidays you celebrate. I am very excited to kickstart this semester's Senate Leadership Council, our mentorship program for those who are interested in Senate, which will consist of teaching students in this program the workings of Senate, things like Robert's Rules of Order. There's going to be mock Senate committee meetings. I am very excited. We're going to have our first meeting next week on Thursday at 4:30. I would encourage senators to show up if they want to watch SLC meetings in general, but at the first meeting, I'm going to give out more information later on, but I would like as many senators there as possible, and so that senators can introduce themselves and make themselves known to the SLCers, considering that SLCers will get mentors, and all those senators who wish to be mentors, please come on into next week's SLC meeting so that you can meet with potential mentees of yours later on. And for today's This Day in History fact, in the year 475, Basiliscus has gotten control of the Eastern Roman Empire after Emperor Zeno fled the capital at Constantinople. Thank you.
That was your history fact for the night. Are there any questions for ILA Almachili? Chair Temple.
First and foremost, to add on to that, Zeno was an Isaurian, so he was very much discriminated against by his own people. But a question for the ILA, please.
Go for it.
You said that we would be receiving mentors for SLC. How long into the program will we have to wait until we start receiving them?
So considering that the first meeting is next week, depending on how many senators show up, there's about 16, 17 people in the program. So, and each of them needs one mentor from Senate. Assuming that enough senators show up, which I very much hope you guys do, you can expect to get mentees a week after the first SLC meeting, so about 2 weeks from now.
All right, so to all of Senate, as a quick PSA, please attend SLC next week so we can start getting our mentees very, very soon. Thank you.
Before we continue, Ali Almanchili, do you just want to say the time that meeting is going to be at again?
Yes, the SLC meeting next week is going to be here at the Charge On Chambers at 4:30, and it's going to go on till 5:30.
And it's next Thursday, correct?
Yes.
Alrighty, y'all heard it. Next Thursday, 4:30. Show up. Moving along, external legislative assistant report. Lady Marla.
Hello, I hope everyone had a good break. I just have a couple of stuff to mention as I came back. I'll be meeting with the dean of the downtown campus tomorrow, so we're going to look forward to more collaboration, how we can support the students there, and maybe involve and connect those senators that are within the colleges like CCIE that are directly tied to the downtown campus, more representation. And then also concerning, this was one of my initiatives along, like at the beginning of the fall semester, is accessibility of student government documents. I'm continuing to work on if we can translate them with the departments here at the school. But another thing that I'm planning on doing it is like changing the language so it's easier for non-native English speakers and just maybe people who have like learning hindrances and maybe aren't and have like dyslexia and stuff like that, access the documents in an easier way for them.
All right. Are there any questions for ELA DeMarlo? Seeing none, Senate President Pro Tempore report. Pro Tem Foster.
All right. Hello. Happy New Year. Hope everyone remembered to do their syllabus quizzes because I have one that's due tomorrow that I haven't done yet. Make sure you email Speaker Hall if you find a certain committee time doesn't work for your schedule. I've gotten a lot of like group me messages, emails, texts this week about people who say they can't go to a certain committee, which is totally cool. You can just swap onto another committee, but you do have to sit on one committee. So kind of to reiterate what Dylan said earlier, just make sure you email him a formal email saying, hey, I don't want to be on this committee anymore, so we can get your schedule figured out so you can sit on the committee. Also, if you're a vice chair of a committee, it is in your duty to send minutes to certain people. And I haven't been getting minutes. Neither is Dylan, Netta, Alo. So make sure you send your committee meeting minutes to Dylan, me, the chair of your committee, Alo, and Arnetta. And if you want to get started on any new initiatives this semester, or you want to meet with anybody in the Pro Temp's office, I've also attached that form at the bottom of my announcements. And last but not least, what everyone's been waiting for. So Dylan and I have been working very diligently to try and schedule your headshots for about the past week. And we had some dates for next week, but due to scheduling conflicts and things of that nature, we're not able to do it. So we're actually going to look to kind of schedule that for the week of the 23rd. So it'll likely be on a Monday and a Thursday. But next week, I'll send an update out in GroupMe to kind of see which times work best for you guys.
All right. Are there any questions for Pro Tem Foster? Chair Tesha.
What are these headshots you speak of?
So it's just like a professional headshot. So it's going to go on like the website for student government. So imagine like, Jason Taché. What seat number are you?
13.
Yeah, it'll be like College of Sciences C13. So it'll be on the website and it's your picture to keep too. So you can put it on your LinkedIn, anywhere you just want a professional headshot. It's a free headshot.
Cute.
I'd add, if you want to see examples, the executive branches are already up on the website. So you can kind of see if Pro Tem Foster, you want to elaborate on where the pictures will be just for background sake?
I think if you type in student government executive branch, if you Google that and you click it, it'll have all the different positions and the descriptions of what they do, the names, and then it'll have like a picture of the person next to their name. So I think it's pretty cool. Oh, the background of our headshots is going to be in front of TA. So exec had theirs done in front of Milliken, and we want it to be a little bit different. So in front of the teaching academy is where our headshots will be at. Also, make sure you dress nice. You can wear a suit, collared shirt, anything you want to wear, but it is professional headshot. So try to dress a little bit professional.
Alrighty. With that, are there any questions for Pro Tem Foster? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, Dylan McClellan.
Good evening, everybody. It is good to see you all again. Today we have a few fiscal bills. Some of them do need to be seen on both readings tonight because they were submitted over the break and the timeline demands it. So because of this, I just ask that once we see all the fiscal bills on second reading, we just put them all on third and we just block them up and get them all out of the way so that they can get their funding and we do not have to see them next week. As a reminder, all internal legislation needs to be submitted to both Pro Tem Foster and myself to be accepted. Once you submit a bill, I will be in contact with you to make sure that everything is good before I approve it. If you do not respond after submitting a bill, it may not be approved. And if you ever have any questions or would like any help concerning any piece of legislation, please do not hesitate to reach out.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for D. Clone? Seeing none. Announcements from, oh wait, never mind. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations Report, D. Patel.
Hello all. Hope you all had some good rest over the break. I finished the arsenal emails for all old senators. I'm waiting on a couple new senators to sort this out. I'll be doing that when we caucus tonight. So tonight by midnight, hopefully all that should be done regarding that. If you have any questions about it, just send me a text and group me. On the other hand, we didn't have a volleyball game this week, but we'll be playing our third match of the season next Monday. We had our second soccer match last Tuesday, and it was a tough loss for all our players. We will bounce back. We're going to be practicing on the IM fields this Saturday. Feel free to join us if you like.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for D. Patel? Chair Almoner.
Not a question, but shout out to Sierra, a real one who took a hard hit during the game, but she's still a trooper.
Look at that. If you get hit with a ball in a game, you'll get shot out on the floor. I think that's a good reason to play. Alrighty. Any other questions for D. Patel? Seeing none. Caucus reports. APIA caucus, none. Black caucus, Chair Holmes.
I will say I am here with a mild concussion, but and I am banned from the RWC for the next week. But it was a great game. Let me see. Okay. So welcome back, everyone. It's so awesome to see your faces. I was low-key excited to be here. I'm not going to lie. I am first happy to announce that Night Stop officially sells Miele Organics. If you know anyone that would benefit from these products, please spread the word. Supply and demand will expand our options for hair products. So right now we have shampoo and leave-in conditioner. The student that brought this to us, Shariah Brown, made an announcement during convocation last night to everyone regarding these products. And shout out to Director Turner for posting it on the Instagram. Really appreciate her. We had our first meeting on Monday, and we discussed having another business showcase, but for Black History Month. So date, time, location, and details are on the way. And also, thank you to Vice Chair Spalding for joining us this week. We enjoyed your presence and your ideas. And lastly, I just sent something in the group me. So caucus members, please look in there. It's about the MLK parade. It will be a great networking opportunity. Dr. Andrews of the Ginsburg Center will be there, and many of our Black RSOs will be there as well. If you have any questions, just shoot me an email or something in the group me, and that's all from me.
I will say that Chair Holmes, Vice Chair Castle, and the rest of the caucus has been working on that initiative for a very long time. So I just want to give a round of applause. Are there any questions for Chair Holmes? Seeing none, I'll just quickly add to, I know you sent it in the caucus group chat, but it is also that this Saturday at 9 a.m., I believe, is the MLK Day parade that is happening. So, if you ever want any information, encourage you to reach out to Chair Holmes, but that's a great way to get involved. Moving along, Disability Caucus report, none. Hispanic Latinx Caucus report, Chair Salcedo.
Hi, everyone. Lovely to see you all again. Hopefully, we will be seeing Resolution 5426 on second reading tonight. That is the resolution that changes the name from Hispanic Latinx Caucus to Latin Hispanic Caucus. I also linked the discussions that we had during our caucus meetings in a document. So that includes our open forum discussions where students came in, as well as internal discussions between caucus members. Our meetings will be every Friday at 12 p.m., though the time might change depending on when most members are available. And lastly, we are looking for a new passionate vice chair. Please let me know if you're interested in running. And as always, if you're interested in joining, we'd love to have you.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Salcedo? Chair Moda.
Yeah, I can't access it. It's like you have to request to get access for the discussion. So just want to let you know.
All right. Any other questions for Chair Salcedo? Seeing none. LGBTQ plus caucus report, none. Women's caucus report, Chair Moda.
Hi, everybody. So we met this past Monday and we just talked about what we want to do this upcoming semester. And if you are interested in joining, please do. Everyone is welcome. Even if you do not identify as a woman, we want allies. So.
All righty. Are there any questions for Chair Moda? Seeing none. Is there a motion to move to fiscal committee caucus time? Any objections? Seeing none. Alrighty. I guess Chair Millington and Chair Tribble, which would you prefer, the chamber or the conference room? Doesn't matter.
FAO can do conference.
Okay. So CRT will be here in the chamber, FAO in the conference room, and hereby, I'll just say adjourn. We will now enter a 15-minute period of recess.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order at 7:41. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Perry.
Chair Tribble.
Here.
I'm here. Senator Boras. Senator Harrell.
Present.
Senator Batasia. ORS Rep.
Present.
Pro Tempore Rep.
Present.
Okay, quorum is verified. 6 out of 5.
Okay, we're now at approval of the minutes. You can take a look over last meeting's minutes. I'll take a motion. Harrell. There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, they're approved by general consent. And then take a look over today's very short agenda. And then I'll take, okay, McClellan.
Motion to approve today's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it's approved by general consent. No announcements from me. We sort of already went over it. Announcements from Vice Chair. Announcements from any committee members. Announcements from any non-committee members. None. Okay. So old business, none. Would this be considered old business? Okay, old business. I'll move it around. Fiscal bill. We're at fiscal bills. We just have fiscal bill 5430. And Katrina's representing them. So is there a motion for speech questioning debate? Harrell? Is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, and 10-minute debate? Are there any objections? Seeing none, Katrina, you have 5 minutes. Yeah, it's in the folder.
Hey guys, I'm here on behalf of American Society of Civil Engineers. The conference they are going to, which is called the ASCE Southeast Student Symposium, is a civil, environmental, and construction engineering focused conference where students apply classroom knowledge to real world applications, such as and it's through competitions. It's a 3-day event, and they compete against universities in Florida, Georgia, and Puerto Rico. And then professional engineers are invited to be the judges of the competitions, which is super cool. So what they do at the conference is they have 7 large competitions and 9 small competitions. Each member will participate in 2 to 3 competitions, and then preparation is beginning now and will continue all the way through March up until the competition date. Then there's some pictures, yay. The benefit of going to the conference is that they get to see civil engineering come to life. They get hands-on experience, team bonding, professional development, and networking. As far as fundraising goes, they have 10 to 15 company sponsors each year, and one of the categories for those sponsorships is conferences, and then certain competitions within the conference have their own fundraising. The cost breakdown is on this last slide, and it's a little bit off. It should be $85 per person for registration, and then the hotel is $145 per night per room. And then the reason we're only able to give them $2,350 is because they have a 40% sanction and they are aware of that. I yield my time.
Okay, we're now in a period of questioning. And with questions, McClellan.
Could you explain the 85 from 80? Like, what was the 2 different passes? Like, what was the holdup and such?
Basically, the 85 instead of being 80, 85 is their late registration deadline, or the late registration time. It's 85 instead of 80, which sucks, but it's also because our build timeline is long.
Harrell.
If I may.
You may.
Do they have 2 financially trained officers?
They do.
I'm sure if you interviewed them, you told them about the post-funding process, but okay, cool.
I have it in an email too.
Okay, cool. And then are they aware that we can only fund $350 over what they would get in an allocation? Okay. And then I don't know why I changed this in November to 26th. I'm sure there was a reason for it, but I don't, on the PowerPoint, it still says the 25th. So do you know if it's the 26th?
The dates that they told me were the 26th. So
okay,
I think it's that they're traveling, like the time that they land is actually the 26th.
Okay, perfect.
Any more questions? Harrell.
Why were they sanctioned?
Given that it's 40%, I'll assume that they probably did not contribute the full amount that they were supposed to with the bill. I think it was probably because of sponsor issues. I don't remember off the top of my head. I didn't check that going into this, but I know it's a 40% sanction just on its own. So,
McClellan.
Motion for a non-committee member to speak.
There's been a motion for a non-committee member to speak, that being Ethan Temple. Are there any objections? Seeing none.
The specific breakdown is that ASCE had been sanctioned at 35% for failure to contribute. The additional 5% came from a reversion of more than 20%. They were issued at on the 5th of September 2022 and 14th of September 2022, respectively. I'll be sure to dig in specifically what went down on those.
Okay. Harrell.
Thank you. You're good. You don't have to if you don't want to. I mean,
Okay. Any other questions or a motion? Harrell.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Anyone wishing to debate? Harrell.
Move to see all the amendments on the page as technicals. Well, because okay. Oh yeah. No, yeah, that's what I meant. See them sure. Let's see them as move to see all the amendments on the page as a block.
There's a motion to see all the amendments on the page as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now seeing them. Like what?
Yeah,
Okay.
just speak on it. And
Okay.
then, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you go for it.
This is just Wanjin's fixing numbers.
Mhm.
And my 5 to 6, which I don't even remember doing, but here we are.
Yeah. Okay, McClellan.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. McClellan. You may.
So I think these are all good. I mean, this is just fixing the numbers and the date, which are needed. Move to vote.
There's one motion to vote. Are there any objections?
I withdraw that motion really quick.
Okay. Let's do some calculations.
No, you're the first one is 3,400. If you just want to amend them so that we don't have to, give me a second, and then I can. You might have accidentally hit one of them. Do it next. And then the total cost is 7,750.
Sorry, my computer being a problem.
And then I don't know how to calculate that. Do I just? Okay.
Okay, I got the same thing.
Yeah. I have it as 0 cents rather than 50.
Oh, I just didn't change that.
Okay.
I see Brian's is from this.
Okay, cool. Harrell.
Okay, now can we move to vote, or do we have to reset it? Okay.
Let's okay, yeah.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All those in favor, all those against, and all those abstaining. With the vote count 6 to 0, the amendments are approved. Oh. Oh, does that count if we already finished?
No,
Just make a new amendment.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, go for it.
Motion to see my amendment. I just took the 50 cents out of the therefore being enacted clause real quick.
Can I just see that as technical?
It can be a technical, but it's still not right. No.
Oh,
No, it is.
okay. Are we all good to see that as a technical? Yeah. Okay. There we go. It's approved. Where are we? Are we still in debate? Okay. Anyone else wishing to debate, McClellan?
May I retain?
You may.
I like this. We've figured all the numbers out correctly. I believe the only thing holding this bill back was the registration cost, and we've got that figured out. So with that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All those in favor, all those against, and all those abstaining with a vote count of 5 to 1, the bill is approved. Okay. We're now on member discussion. Anyone wishing to discuss? Harrell.
Just wanted to shout out Chair Triple and Vice Chair Perry for doing an amazing job.
Thank you. Shout out Katrina for finding this because it probably would have just never been seen again. Anyone else wishing to discuss? No? Okay, miscellaneous business. That was at the same time. Katrina.
I move to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Vice Chair Perry. 6:05. Okay. I adjourn this meeting at 7:52.
Alrighty, I reconvene at 8:01 p.m. Fiscal Committee reports, CRT Chair Tribble.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We had a great meeting in CRT this week, and we got to approve a lot of great allocations. As of now, we've impacted over 800 students, and we've allocated over $270,000. So in committee this week, old business allocations, there's a lot, so bear with me. Allocations, we approved 54,261 with a vote count of 6-0. And then in new business allocations, we approved 54,268, 269, 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, 285, 289, 291, and 294 with vote counts of 6-0. And then 54,296, 298, 300, and 301, and 302, and 303 with vote counts of 5-0. And then 54,304 with a vote count of 5-1, 54,305 with a vote count of 4-1, and 54,306 with a vote count of 5-0. And we denied 54,270, 286, 287, 288, 292, and 293. And then we postponed 290, 295, 297, and 299 by general consent. And then for fiscal bills, we approved 54,230, 232, 32, 33, and 34 with vote counts of 5-1, 6-0, 5-0, and 5-0. And then I yield to my vice chair.
Hey guys, yesterday we had our second week of Perry's Pastries. Yesterday I made some homemade chocolate chip cookies. They were pretty good, a little crunchy, but overall for dorm room cooking, I rated myself a 10 out of 10. So,
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chair Tribble? Senator Casas.
I was just asking. I remember we passed a bill that would make it so that the CRT chair wouldn't have to list all those things. Did we have any updates on that? It's because.
So technically we did, but that was only one part of statutes that mandates that, if I remember correctly. So there was another part that was not changed. So yes. So until then, both FAO and CRT have to continue to read those out. Yeah. But yeah, alrighty. With that, are there any other questions for Chair Tribble? Chair Holmes.
For you, if I may, do you know what part of statute says that?
I myself do not.
Okay.
But Chair Wanjan, do you know? I feel like you know.
I don't know where exactly it is, but it's Title 8. It says that in order for funding to be gotten, so CRT and FAO have to do it. I don't, but they do.
So, hypothetical future bill. With that, any other questions for Chair Tribble? Seeing none. One second. FAO committee report, Chair Millington.
Hey guys, happy Thursday. Happy to see you all again. So in committee old business allocations, we postponed 5472 by general consent and then PPI 5465 by general consent. New business allocations, we approved 5478 and 5479 7-0. And then we postponed 5475, 5477, and 5480 by general consent. And we PPI'd 5476 by general consent. And in caucus, new business, we approved allocation 5481 7-0. That's it.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Millington? Seeing none. ORS committee report, Chair Wanjan.
Hey guys, this week we didn't have a huge amount of business. That will presumably change next week because we will have more post-funding reviews. I just had to get in contact with the business office about some discrepancies first. Also, if you're at all interested in ORS, I encourage you to join. We meet not on Tuesdays at 4:30, and it's a lot of fun. And then I yield to my vice chair for Victor's visuals.
Hey guys, to all the seniors, we almost there, so let's keep it going. And for Victor's visuals, Senator Temple, as always, had a meme. This time was about making a movie based in ancient Rome. Why are we not surprised? Senator Castillo had a picture in his dorm. He's glad he doesn't live there anymore, aren't we all? Senator Berkman had a picture of his transcripts, which only took 3 months to be sent out. And Senator Shaw had, as talented as he is, had a picture of his drawings. And that's it.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Wanjan? Seeing none. Before we move to fiscal legislation, we're going to road map it here a little bit so everyone's aware of kind of where we're going. We're going to go through the fiscal legislation. Those need to be passed on second and third. So we'll pass them on second, potentially. And should they pass on second reading, I do believe D. Like McClellan's going to motion to see those as a block on third. And then after that, we will be returning to unfinished business so that we can finally go through unfinished business and get all those things back on track. And then once everything is back on track, I am going to first prioritize the Hispanic Caucus name change, just because that'll be a technical thing, so we can get it out of the way and start moving forward, and so that Chair Saucedo's name tag will be correct. And from there, we'll see where we go. So with that, fiscal legislation, notice legislation on first reading, none. Notice legislation on third reading, none. Notice legislation on second reading, bills. Is there a motion for speech, question, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
So motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Fiscal Bill 5430, funding for 40 members of the American Society of Civil Engineers to travel to the ASCE Southeast Student Symposium in Jacksonville, Florida from March 23rd, 2023 to March 25th, 2023. Chair Wanjin, 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Brody, do you have their PowerPoint? Hey guys, I'm here on behalf of the American Society of Civil Engineers because I couldn't be here tonight. Perfect. So about the conference, the ASCE Southeast Student Symposium is a civil, environmental, and construction engineering conference where students apply classroom knowledge to their real-world applications through competitions. It's a 3-day event where they compete against universities in Florida, Georgia, and Puerto Rico, and professional engineers are invited to be the judges of those competitions, which is super cool. As far as that conference goes, hello? There we go. They have 7 large competitions and 9 small competitions with members participating in 2 to 3 competitions each. And then the preparation begins now meaning like November, and continues through March. These are some pictures of the conference in past years. Very thrilling. And then for the benefit, they get to see civil engineering come to life, as well as they get hands-on experience and team bonding, professional development, and networking, obviously, with those professional engineers who are judging. So as far as fundraising they've done for the event, they have 10 to 15 company sponsors each year, and their money is divided into different categories, one of those categories being conferences. Certain competitions have their own fundraising as well, so it's not just those sponsors doing things. And then this is the cost breakdown. You'll notice it says $80 per person. It should be $85. That changed because it's now the late registration deadline is when they'll actually be getting funding. So yeah, they have 40 people, which is a number that I don't remember off the top of my head. And then hotels, $145 per night per room. I yield the rest of my time.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Chair Temple.
So this is probably going to be a waste of a bit of a time, but are they aware of the post-funding procedures, and are they aware of the responsibilities that they need to uphold once they receive funding?
Yes, they're very aware, and because I'm the representative, I will do my best to make sure they don't mess it up.
That's why I considered it more of a waste of time on my part. Thank you.
Alrighty, are there any other questions for Chair Wanjin? Pro Tem Foster?
Move to debate.
So a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Temple.
Yeah, so I'm going to be voting in favor of this legislation, not the least bit because civil engineering sounds a bit fun, though I'm an economics major and yay infrastructure, but I trust Chair Wanjin most heartily with this bill because she's first off, she's ORS chair for a reason, so I'm fairly certain that if we do see them in ORS, it's going to be a breeze. And this sounds like a very good opportunity for our students to go out and show their civil engineering prowess. So I will be voting in favor, and I strongly encourage everybody else to do the same.
Alrighty, are there any other senators wishing to debate? Senator Casas.
May I retain?
You may.
Yes, I also trust Chair Wanjin greatly with this. Also, the conference is not too far, and UCF prides itself on its engineering college, so I think it's has no cons, and we should all vote in favor. And with that, move to vote.
So motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5430. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Alrighty, with a vote count of 33 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5430 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, Fiscal Bill 51. Dope. All right, Fiscal Bill 5432, funding for 30 members of the Psi Squared to travel to the Southeastern Psychological Association 69th annual meeting in New Orleans, Louisiana from April 4th to April 8th. Deanna McClellan is the RSO present.
I believe so, and I will yield to them.
Alrighty. And you'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
We also had a presentation, but if y'all don't have it, that's okay.
If you give us 1 second, I don't think I got it earlier, but Ryan's checking to see, and if he does, he will send it to me very briefly.
I just forwarded it to you, Brody.
Okay, so my name is Kaylin Thompson. I'm the president of Psi Squared. A little bit about us. We were founded in 2002. We are a clinical psychology master's program club. We serve at the interest of the clinical psychology master's students, and we pretty much are a program that is dedicated to developing the leadership and education opportunities for its members and the students enrolled at the University of Central Florida. We are involved in research, studying, community engagement. So a little bit about the CEPA conference, which is what we are trying to get to. The purpose of this conference is to present our recent research, attend presentation sessions to engage in current professional affairs and upcoming research, and network with professionals and students from other institutions. A lot of us are trying to get into master's program or into PhD programs and are looking for jobs in the future. Student contributions to campus or to the conference will be over 20 plus approved research posters, and then 14 plus presenters will represent UCF at the regional level. So a lot of us will be presenting at this upcoming conference. This is the picture from last year's conference, which we're going to get to in a second. So last year's conference, Psi Squared did attend. We do attend annually. It was in Hilton Head, South Carolina. 25 students attended. We presented 11 research posters. And we also presented some presentation sessions on clinical practice and other topics. So fundraising so far, we have raised, an updated number would be $2,700. We've hosted 5 partial proceeds night. This includes Blaze Pizza, Blaze Pizza and Krispy Kreme. We've done some tabling and Dunkin' Donut bake sales. And then we've also hosted trivia nights where people donate during those times. So this is the CEPA cost breakdown. For the lodging, we will be staying at the Sheraton New Orleans Hotel. The cost per night is $250. We know that there has to be a justification for more than $200. This is the conference hotel, and it is in New Orleans, so it is a little bit more expensive. We will need 10 rooms for 3 nights, which is a total cost of $7,500. The breakdown for that is $259 per student. We'll be traveling by plane. Approximately $300 per ticket. This will fluctuate as we get closer to the conference. There are, like I said, 29 students. The total is $8,700. The total we are asking for is $8,100, which is the half of the $16,200. that we need in total. We have already spent $3,000 on conference registration, but we know that that's not going to be reimbursed, so we're not asking for that. That's it from me. Do you have any questions?
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions. I'm going to go Vice Chair Nambarji, Chair Temple.
All right, thank you. So say there's like a fluctuation in the cost of the tickets. Will you guys be able to account for that?
Yeah, so we've already factored in that there may be a little bit more, it costs a little bit more as we get close to the conference. The people that are attending are aware and are willing to cover whatever the extra cost is that we aren't able to fundraise or that we aren't able to get from like other sponsors.
Chair Temple.
2 questions, if I may.
Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. My first question is, are you aware of all the post-funding procedures your RSO is required to handle? Okay, good. And my second question is a bit more fun and out of personal interest. Can you provide an example or two of what research you're presenting at this?
Yeah, so actually I am on one of the research presentations that will be presented. We are presenting on a pilot study for gender diverse, it's a gender diverse quality of life survey. So essentially what we've done is we've created a survey because there isn't really anything like this for gender diverse being non-binary, transgender people. This is specifically catered to them. And so we send it out, they fill it out anonymously, and then we get feedback on whether this actually measures their quality of life, both based on their experiences. Oh.
Alrighty, are there any other questions? Senator Berkman.
So the bill itself says from April 4th to April 8th. The conference website says from April 5th to April 8th. Either way, that is a 4-day conference, and you're planning to spend 3 nights in hotel rooms. Is that going to be enough time to fly in and fly out and attend the conference?
Yes, so I was not aware that the bill said 4 to 8, but the times that we will be there is April 5th is when we'll be leaving, and April 8th is when we'll be returning. Generally what happens on that Wednesday is it's more of like a welcome session, a networking opportunity. So if we'll get there early enough in order for us to be able to attend that, it happens at about 6 in the evening. The last day of presentations is April 8th, which is that morning. So we'll be able to leave that afternoon and we won't have to stay the night.
Senator Domino.
How many of your active members are going, and what was your selection process?
There are 29 of our active members attending the conference, and our selection process was we generally start with those that will be presenting. So like I said, about 14 of us will be presenting, and then the rest of it is if you want to go to the conference, are you willing to, help with the process to get us there, and that's how we decide.
All right. Are there any other questions for the RSO? Senator Berkman.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate. I'm going to go Vice Chair Harrell and then Senator Berkman.
Move to see my amendment as a technical. It's just changing April 4th to April 5th.
Dealing with McClellan, is that correct to change?
The RSO said that it's from the 5th to the 8th that they're leaving on that day. So yes.
Just to clear, you are leaving on the 5th,
yes.
Right? Okay. Okay. I'll say it as a technical. Senator Berkman.
Psychology is important. It's where we've seen, particularly with the pandemic, a surge in mental health crises around the country. So creating more psychologists, psychiatrists, and mental health professionals is critical. I very much support this.
Chair Temple.
So I will also be voting in favor of this bill because, as Senator Berkman said, given the past few years, it is very important that we bring attention to these sorts of fields because it is incredibly important that we not only, first off, train future students in this field, which is a very fascinating field, one that goes way over my head more often than not, but it is a fantastic field, bridging the gap between medical and social sciences. So I'm all for that, especially involving research and community engagement. And also seeing as it is the 69th annual meeting and they're going to New Orleans, I find it a very nice opportunity for you all to go. So I will be very much voting in favor for that.
Okay. Are there any other senators wishing to debate? Chair Tupple?
A motion?
You may.
Move to vote on fiscal bill 5432.
There's a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5432. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 36 to 0, fiscal bill 5432 passes favorably on second reading.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty, fiscal bill 5433, funding for 30 members of the National Society of Black Engineers to travel to I Am STEM annual convention in Kansas City, Missouri from March 22nd to March 26th. D.L. McCullen, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right. Hello, everybody. Today I will be representing the National Society of Black Engineers who are trying to go to I Am STEM. So basically, this is their annual convention. It is the premier event for all the chapters and it encompasses members from all around the world. The 49th annual convention will be a huge event held right in the heart of Kansas City, Missouri. It will showcase NSB culture, achievements, and achievements of the membership, local and nationwide talent, and Black-owned businesses. The goal of this convention is to provide members with a pipeline to continue to strive for success in their academics, professions, and communities. This year, they plan on taking 30 members. Benefits to UCF and their chapter. Their goal is to increase the number of culturally responsible Black engineers who excel academically, succeed professionally, and positively impact the community. And members that attend this conference will have the opportunity to network with recruiters, thousands of engineering professionals, and other engineering students, as well as develop skills that make them into better students and leaders in this organization and on UCF's campus. Highlight of past convention achievements. In the past conventions, they have had the following achievements: Hackathon 3rd place, Elevator Pitch 1st place. They've won Chapter of the Year for the medium-sized chapter category. One of their highlights from attending this event was at last year's convention. They were recognized on a national level in the Chapter of the Year for medium-sized chapter. And then members that attended went on to receive internship offers at the following companies. So their costs per registration cost is they're taking, if I'm not mistaken, here, let me pull back up. They are taking 29 members that will be at a price of $445 per registration, and then they are taking one that qualifies for the senator registration of $115, and the total cost for the 30 people will be $13,020. The flight pricing, it is $395.15 per 29 people, and the fourth person special deal is going to cost $24.70, so that leaves $11,482.60 for the flights, including fees. And then their hotel stay. The conference is utilizing a reservation system for lodging, estimating and expecting for top hotel. So they're doing $169 per room. The total cost for 8 rooms for 4 nights is $5,408. And each room accommodates up to 4 people. Tax and fees not included or no at the moment. That will be included on their side. So the total cost for that will be $29,910.60. And they are asking us for, well, the actual Senate contribution will be $14,207.53. And thank you. I'll take any questions at this point.
Sorry. Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Control.
So in the presentation, I believe that the pricing of the flights is different than it was in the bill itself. So is that, I'm assuming that the one on the bill is what is correct.
Sorry. So yes, the $24 for the 30th person, I just distributed it among the rest of the prices so that we can just do that times 30. So it is the same. It'll get you to the same number, $11,482.60.
I just made it look a little bit simpler. Yeah.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, is Chair Temple?
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. All those wishing to debate. Vice Chair Rowe.
Yeah, I love supporting engineers, especially like going to big conferences like this. We've done it many, many times, and I definitely think we should continue to do this. Yeah.
Vice Chair Castle.
I also agree that this bill should be passed, as I know this definitely gives them a lot of networking opportunities, as I have a few mutual friends who are in NSB, and I found out that they got internships from like, really good companies. So I really feel like this event would, allow more people to get those opportunities as well. So I would encourage you guys all to vote yes.
Are there any other senators wishing to debate? Pro Tem Foster.
Move to vote.
Is there a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5433? Are there any objections? Seeing none, were there? With a vote count of 36-0, Fiscal Bill 5433 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, Fiscal Bill 5434, funding for 43 members of the Advocates for Interactive Media to travel to the Game Developers Conference in San Francisco, California from March 20th to March 24th. D.Leg McClellan is the RSO president. Oh.
Yes, I yield to the RSO.
Awesome. I yield 5 minutes when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm Jamie LaRose. I'm the president of Advocates for Interactive Media. Some of you may have seen me in here last year. I actually went to the same conference with another group called the Game Dev Nights, the Game Development Club for undergrads at UCF. Advocates for Interactive Media, if you could go to the next slide. We are, oh, I do. I'm sorry. And so our mission is that we are the Advocates for Interactive Media is to prepare graduate students for professional careers in the interactive media through networking, self-education, community outreach, empowering students by attending conferences, facilitating our own workshops, and advancing the reach of interactive media within our community. One reason why this conference works out great for us. GDC, the Game Developers Conference, is held yearly in San Francisco. This year it is at the Moscone Center. It is a world-renowned game developers conference. It is the one to attend. It provides a litany of networking opportunities for our individuals. So throughout the week, there will be workshops and networking events providing individuals with resources to improve their skills and find positions within the games and interactive media of all positions that are available within the industry. And I think this is a perfect fit for our community, and I have helped lead another group on the same trip. Some of our members of our group have also already attended this conference and will be able to help some of those who have not. And a few of our members will also be working the event as a conference associate. So the dates and the location again of GDC. The conference itself runs from March 20th through 24th. Our conference associates are required to attend the morning of the 19th, so we will be traveling on the 18th of March to San Francisco and then staying for 7 nights, leaving on March 25th, which is Saturday. And some of the costs for the travel, lodging, and registration. Since we do have 43 attendees, the Summits Pass for registration, which is the pass that allows for events and workshops throughout the entire week, totals $891 per person, which totals out to $38,313 for the group. Flights through United Airlines are $901.03 per person. As we had quoted, for 43 people, that is a total of $38,744.29. The hotel we'll be staying in is called the Donatello. It is within walking distance of the Moscone Center. $64.07 per room at 18 rooms. So we do have people who will be sharing. Up to 4 people can sleep per room. Total of $33,647.04. The total cost, as you can see, of everything is $110,704.33. And it says we're requesting, I just put half here, $55,352.16, but I am aware that the maximum amount available for the fiscal bill funding is $32,550, and we'll be requesting that amount for the trip. And that is what we have.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, I'm going to do first Chair Almanar and then Chair Taché.
Since you can't request half of like the total funds you, I guess, planned to originally, how would you like make up like what seems like 75 or something, like 70-ish amount on your like RSO side?
Okay, so some of our members have already applied to work as a conference associate, which allows them to get that Summits Pass for free as well as a stipend by working the event. There are also some fellowships that FIA, which is the program that our students attend, the Florida Interactive Entertainment Academy downtown. There have been a few people who have also applied for additional funding. Everything else will be out of pocket.
Chair Taché.
May I direct a question to the CRT chair? So just because this is obviously a lot more money than we're normally giving out, I just wanted to check in and see, does it look like we're on trajectory to ever have to reject any of these? Are we going to run out of money before the end of the session, or how's it looking?
As of right now, I think we're okay, but as it gets closer, we'll have to start denying certain things. But we haven't reached that point yet.
All right, still in line for questions. Senator Bergman.
I have two, if I may. So one, it looks like the price for the passes increases to $996 on January 27th. Do we know if they're going to be able to get funding by that point?
We're going to purchase the passes before January 27th for the registration.
Okay. And then how is the flight calculation done?
Are you asking me? Yeah, so the 901.03 per person, and then the total at the right, the 38,744.29. I use this from a group travel quote from United Airlines directly.
Dealer McClellan.
On the point of the registration, for the funding process, also just to answer like that question and to let you know, I do not expect that you will be actually able to purchase at that point 2 weeks from now, because after it's seen here, it has to be sent off for signatures and then it gets to the business office. So it probably will have increased by then. But the thing is, we have already maxed out our total Senate contribution. So changing those numbers doesn't really affect much. You'll still have to reimburse all the rest of the total cost that's above $32,550 to the business office. So it doesn't make too much of a difference at this point.
Yes, so the conference passes, since they wouldn't be included in that $32,550, we planned on trying to purchase those prior to the change in price for out of pocket.
Dealer McClellan.
Just for clarification, do not purchase anything that is on the bill, whether it's part of your contribution or our contribution, until you're in contact with the accountants, please.
Okay.
Chair Wendy.
You're fine to purchase those because it's such a small amount, like relative to the entire bill. Since that's not going to affect the amount that the accountants are actually paying for you, they'll just cover flights and hotels. Some part of that, you're fine.
So to clarify, it's more because there's tons of expenses. It's just going to be used for something else in that process. Okay, yeah. So that makes sense. Alrighty. Are there any other questions? Chair Temple.
All right. Same question as before. Good evening. Are you aware of the post-funding procedures your RSO must undergo after you receive the funds?
Yes.
Awesome.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for the RSO? Chair Temple.
Motion.
Motion.
Move to debate.
So the motion go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Chair Wajin.
Move to see my amendments as technicals.
I'll see them as technicals. Yeah. Still in debate. Anyone else wishing to debate? Chair or Senator Bateja.
I think this conference will help us produce better game developers and hence better games. So I want everybody to vote in favor.
Chair Tubble.
May I retain?
You may.
Awesome. So I'm going to agree with Senator Pateja. This is a fantastic opportunity. Not the least bit you guys are going to, if I can recall, San Francisco, beautiful city. But yes, fantastic. You guys are going to be engaging in interactive media and video games. Cannot wait to see you guys in the professional field myself, because I love playing video games, to be honest with you. So with that, move to vote on Fiscal Bill 5434.
So the motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5434. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 34 to 1 to 2, Fiscal Bill 5434 passes favorably on second reading. All right. Is there a motion? Chair Temple.
Move to return to the approval of the agenda.
So the motion to return to the approval of the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Temple.
Move to place Fiscal Bills 5430 and Fiscal Bills 5432, 33, and 34 onto notice of legislation on second reading. Third reading, sorry.
So the motion to put Fiscal Bill 5430, 32, 33, 34 on notice of legislation on third reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Temple.
Move to reapprove the agenda.
So the motion to reapprove the agenda. Any objections? Seeing none. Chair Temple.
Quick question for the Dean, if I may.
Go for it.
Are we to place these all in a block for tonight? Right.
To clarify, because the final bill at least had someone vote no and 2 abstentions, I would recommend that we put 30, 32, and 33 on a block, and then do that last one individually. Chair Temple.
All right. With that being said, move to see Fiscal Bills 5430, 32, and 33 as a block.
There's a motion to see Fiscal Bill 5430, 32, and 33 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none. All right. Pro Tem Foster.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
There's a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none. For the sake of it, D.L. McClellan, I'll allow you to do it. 5 minutes when you're ready.
Hello, everybody. So we had just seen these on second reading. We're just going to throw them on third because a couple of these bills tonight have a timeline where we must approve them today so that they can be funded in time due to being submitted over the winter break. We're trying to make sure that everybody can get their funding and we can all go home happy. So with that, I yield to questioning.
All right. We're now in line for questions. All those with questions. Chair Double.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Temple.
May I retain?
You may.
All right. So we've seen these already. We approved them before. Let's approve them again so they can get their funds and be on their merry way. With that, move to vote on the block of fiscal bills consisting of 30, 32, and 33.
There's a motion to vote on the block of bills. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Ready. With a vote count of 35 to 0 to 1, the block of bills pass favorably. Alrighty. Fiscal Bill 5434. D.L. McClellan, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I do not see any issues with this bill. I think it is great. We should all be voting in favor of it. I mean, I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questions. Chair Tache.
May I continue to direct questions to the CRT chair?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so I was one of the people who abstained just to put up a red flag so we would talk about it more separately. I guess I'm wondering like what you'd, and if you don't have an exact answer, that's fine, but what do you think the likelihood is that at some point this session we're going to have to deny CRT allocations? Because if it's not super high, then I'm fine to just pass this and cross that bridge when we get there. But if we think it's definitely going to happen, I'd like to consider this one a little deeper.
I mean, unless we're getting like fiscal bills as big as this, like a couple more times, then I'd be more scared. But as of right now, I don't think it's a huge likelihood that will completely run out.
I'm going to go Vice Chair Harrell, Chair Ulmer.
I just wanted to give a point of information to kind of ease Tasha's nerves a little bit. It's from from the start of the fiscal year, which was in, correct me if I'm wrong, July, to now, we've spent less than we have currently in the account. So we're hoping to run out, like to get everyone as much money as possible. But I don't see us having to deny much, if any, at the end.
Ready? We're going to go Chair Almanar and then Vice Chair Uchoa.
Can I direct a question to the RSO?
You may.
Okay. Obviously, it's like a large amount of students going. How was like the picking of RSO members? Like, was it made available to every RSO member, or was it like only paying dues members and whatnot? Like, how was that process?
Our members that were offered the opportunity were all graduate students. They will be entering the field after the summer. So essentially it will give them enough time to network with those individuals they may be working with. It's also people that have done their due diligence and done the research on the conference and ensured that this is something that will benefit them and that they plan on taking advantage of the opportunities provided at the conference.
Vice Chair Uchoa.
Yeah, may I direct a question to the RSO?
You may.
So when I was going through this, I noticed that you guys put $900 per ticket per person. And I don't know if it's just me, but for those dates, I went and I did a search and I found tickets for half of that price. Is it because maybe you guys got to get a whole airplane because it's a lot of people, or I'm just trying to understand the pricing for that.
I did my search through United and Southwest as group travel, and I was trying to get as many people in a group as possible so I can take a charter bus to the airport and ensure that people are going to make the same flight. And I was trying to get a flight that wasn't at 6 a.m. and that wasn't at like 10 p.m.
Senator Cole.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that I think we should pass this. A lot of the... Oh, are we not in debate? I am so sorry. I'm not...
Still in line for questions, Senator Berkman.
Move to debate.
Should a motion? Should a motion to go to debate? Are there any objections? Do you object, Senator Hall? Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Senator Caldwell.
I apologize. It's been a long winter. Getting used to it again. We should pass this. I think a lot of the small issues really don't matter that much. Consider we're maxing out on funding anyway, and it seems like we have more than enough in the account. This seems great. Seems like the RSO is doing their due diligence and also trying to make it the smoothest possible experience for all their members. This is great. Vote yes.
Senator Domino.
I'm going to piggyback off of Senator Caldwell, and that just some information is that California right now is a very, very expensive state. So it's not too uncommon to see numbers at this magnitude. Just a simple, search, for example, will tell you that San Francisco, California in general, out of the top 10 most expensive places, Los Angeles and San Francisco are 2 and 3. So while it is very good to be cognitive of the remaining balances that we do have so that every RSO has the potential to get their funding, we also have to consider the locations as to where these fundings are going towards and keeping that in mind as well.
I'm going to go dealing.
Move to vote.
Okay, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 33 to 4 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5434 passes favorably on third reading. All right, Chair Temple.
A motion?
Go for it.
Move to return to unfinished business.
I'm going to do the internal reports and then we'll do it. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Resolutions, none. Special acts, none. Internal committee caucus time, none. Internal committee reports. E&A committee, Chair Almoner.
Good evening, Senate. E&A met earlier today. We had no confirmations, but we did do vice chair elections, and congratulations to Senator Cantrell on becoming the new vice chair of E&A. Yes, stop. E&A currently only has 4 committee members. If anyone is willing to join, please let me, Speaker Hall, know so we can add you to the committee for next week. If you guys are free, the committee meets next Thursday at 11 a.m. Finally, I'll be out of the country, so I might be slow to respond to messages during the weekend and beginning of next week.
All right. Are there any questions for Chair Almoner? Seeing none. GAP committee report, Chair Temple.
All right. Hello there, Senate. Welcome back to the spring semester. I hope everybody had a fantastic Christmas break or holiday break. GAP had a very productive first meeting back, as always, discussing our plans for the semester, which will be focused mostly on preparation for the Day at the Capitol. For clarification, that is going to be on the 4th of April, 2023. Out of interest for the Senate, GAP will be focused on reviewing and analyzing the current legislation coming in from the state this month, and with February and March, we will be drafting and passing the priorities, hopefully in time for the preparation sessions that will occur in mid to late March. If you want any more questions on the logistics side of it, I will refer you to the Governmental Affairs Coordinator, Courtney McLean. Our analysis will be more systematized from prior years, utilizing policy briefs that will organize the information around a bill or policy area, its benefit and costs to the student body as a whole. And close to the prep sessions, we will also focus on generating something of a mini curriculum that will help organize what people who are intent on joining Day at the Capitol as lobbyists would need to know prior to the event. And if you are interested in assisting or even joining the committee analyzing bills or lobbying, you can attend GAP. It is on Mondays, 1:30 to 2:30 p.m., but not next week because of MLK Day, which I learned about literally the day of this Monday. And one more announcement. Next week is Civil Discourse Week, hosted by the Ginsburg Center for Inclusion and Community Engagement from the 16th to 20th of January. I do encourage you all to attend the events. I had sent a post in the group me. And then one more thing, more so to my committee members. Of course, I love you all as GAP members, but I do highly encourage you all to look into other committees as well, because we do have some committees that are short staff, such as E&A and the fiscal committees, of course. So if you have time and you can fit it into your schedules, I do encourage you all to find a second committee if you are on just GAP alone. But don't leave GAP, please.
All righty. Are there any questions for Chair Temple? Seeing none. LJR committee report, Chair Urea.
Hey, Senate. So LJR had a pretty light week to ease into the semester. So we saw 1 blanket excuse and 2 regular excuses, and we passed all of them favorably, as well as we saw Resolution 5426, and we passed that favorably. LJR is in person at 12 p.m. in the conference room on, I didn't put the days, on Tuesdays. So if you want to join, please do. I hate doing Zoom, but if you literally can't join any other committee and you need a Zoom option, I'm willing to accommodate that. So yeah.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Urea? Seeing none. SBA committee report, Chair Trainer.
Hello, everybody. Super excited to be back. I hope everyone had a good winter break. I caught the flu, so well, I don't have it now, but over winter break I had the flu. So I'm hoping everyone else stays nice and healthy. So today in SBA, we were working on an SBA initiative tracker to kind of help ourselves backtrack, see where we've been and where we need to go. We also received quite a lot of responses on our Google form. Thank you, Sierra from Executive. for getting that on the Instagram. And yeah, in the next coming weeks, we're planning on pushing out some resolutions, so that'll be cool. If you didn't already know, SBA currently meets on Thursdays at 1:30 p.m. We've had a few of us who've been having class conflicts, so still trying to work out the time. But other than that, that is it.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Trainer? Senator Berkman?
I think ELA DeMarla is working on a tracker of some sort for initiatives. So I guess please just connect with her and see if you have any cross representation there.
Senator McNutt?
Does this mean SBA is definitely not going to stay at Thursdays at 1:30 p.m. or is there a potential it could stay at that time?
Well, I guess so. Today we had kind of more of an informal meeting. It was more of a workshop to work on this. So I haven't actually had a full meeting with everyone coming. So next week we're still going to meet at 1:30, but after that it might change.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for Chair Trainer? Seeing none. Chair Tumble?
Move to return to unfinished business.
On a motion to return to unfinished business. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Y'all, we finally made it to unfinished business. We spent, yeah, it takes. This was like months at this point. So kudos to us. We're getting through this today. Alrighty. Unfinished business. Notice legislation on second reading. Bills. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple?
Move for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
So a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Bills. Internal Bill 5426. Updates to Title Roman numerals around my thing. 11. Adding a non-discrimination clause to the General Code of Ethics. Brody, how does this? Chair Tache, are you taking over it? Okay. Chair Tache, you'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Just a quick question. Do I, since Loki's not here anymore, have to like change that? Oh, you're changing it. All right, cool. Never mind. Thanks, Nada. All right. Yeah. Wasn't prepared to do this one, but I've been taking up some of Loki's bills. I'll just read the change in the statutes. In 1100.6, it says no student government agent shall discriminate nor engage in discriminatory harassment against any individual based upon race, color, religion, sex, national origin, ethnicity, age, disability, marital status, sorry, it shifted, parental status, veteran status, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, organizational affiliation, and or affiliation with a political campaign. Seems pretty straightforward to me. Those are non-discrimination statutes that should be there already. I don't see why anyone would oppose it, but if you have questions about it, I'll be glad to answer them.
All right, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Senator Berkman?
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Is that an objection? Do you withdraw? Senator Cantrell or Vice Chair Cantrell?
So my question is this something that's already in the statutes? Because it doesn't, it says the UCF policy, those numbers defines that. So what exactly is it doing?
Sorry, can you, so to my knowledge, and someone can correct me, UCF policy, I think that applies to like what they're talking about regarding faculty and staff. So this would be a new addition to student government, like statutes. Also, I've been trying to just get them to call me Jason forever, so it's not going to work. They're going to call you your title.
Some of y'all call me out when I don't call you your title, so I'm just I'm getting attacked on both ends here. All right. Are there any other questions? Senator Berkman.
Please debate.
I'll take that as a motion. There's a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm going to go Ailey Alamanchili and then Vice Chair Hurl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am extremely proud to support this bill because I think student government agents need to be held to higher standards. It was seen at the beginning of the Senate session that this Senate decided that it could not act upon discriminatory actions that were not explicitly in the Senate rules, even if they were prohibited by things like the Golden Rule. So I think it's a straightforward thing to add a non-discrimination clause to student government statutes. It is important that everybody in this organization, that everybody at UCF is treated with respect, regardless of their identity, and that is something that I deeply care about. So I am very much proud to support this bill. I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage my fellow senators to vote in favor as well.
Vice Chair Hurl.
Yeah, I don't see any reason not to support this bill. It's kind of just human decency to be nice to one another and let them be who they are. Yeah, so I am fully in support of this. And I encourage everyone to vote in favor and speak your opinions, because it's very important that we're an active body and supporting our students in every way we can.
Chair Trainer.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm really surprised this wasn't already in our student government code of ethics, but I'm glad it's getting added. And yeah, that's it.
Alrighty, we've heard 3 speeches in affirmation. Are there any senators that are going to speak in negation? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Chair Taché.
I actually have a thing to say real quick. I just wanted to say that if anyone's come up with any other identity-based groups that should be, or any other types of groups that you think should be added to this, please do so now. I don't know that it's perfect. I just read this now and didn't give it much thought. So in the next 15 seconds, if you think of anything, feel free to add an amendment, because I don't want to have to go back and amend this 3 years from now because we forgot something.
We will also see it on third reading. So there is that option as well. Chair Temple.
Move to vote on Internal Bill 5426.
So motion to vote on Internal Bill 5426. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 35 to 0, Internal Bill 5426 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty. Now, alrighty. Resolutions. Resolution 5403 updates Senate Rule 4, adding land acknowledgements. Is there a senator that's taking on this legislation? Senator Costas, you'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Senate. Thank you for your time while I discuss this bill, which, as you can see, has been in the works for a very long time. Land acknowledgements and what they mean, also what they would entail in Senate meetings, are all listed in the bill. So I will stick to the important messaging that I would like to deliver with the short time I have. I truthfully do have mixed feelings about this bill because it does have good intentions, but as a close colleague said to me the other day, it also feels a little bit performative, as land acknowledgements do not actively help the remaining Native Americans living in the United States, Central America, and South America. I also feel uneasy placing these land acknowledgements before the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem. We would essentially be bringing awareness to those who suffered a genocide, only to proceed celebrating the generators of genocide, celebrating those who stole this land in the first place. In Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States, he describes how colonizers would ride on the backs of Native Americans in order to move from place to place, forced them to dig for minerals, cut off hands, raping women, and killing men and children frequently. The early interactions with these Native Americans and colonizers from Europe were frequently violent, gruesome, and utterly horrendous. The injustices that indigenous cultures have faced in both North, Central, and South America are some of the most brutal and horrific acts done to any group on this planet. Once thriving civilizations are now gone, vanished, and erased, and what remains of them are performative names of lakes, roads, states, and other gestures to subtly acknowledge their presence while disregarding everything they stood for and occupied. Their histories have been diminished, if not fully wiped out, and the native peoples have been lied to by our government more times than can be counted, with broken treaties and false promises. The United States even has Andrew Jackson, former president, war criminal, and notable ethnic cleanser on the $20 bill. For those of you who don't know, Andrew Jackson authored the Indian Removal Act with a goal of resettling Native Americans to unoccupied lands in the western regions of the United States. This forced 100,000 indigenous people from their homes, including Florida and the counties that we are currently in, which led to 15,000 deaths of men, women, and children. He is still celebrated, and again, he is on the $20 bill. He is the face of the $20 bill. If you want more information about his actions and the horrific actions undertaken by the United States government, which we pledge to almost every week, I encourage you to conduct some research of your own. But I would love to hear more of all your thoughts on this bill. Currently, I am okay passing it or postponing it, but I think it does require some discussion as to if it fits in the agenda and if it's appropriate, especially before the pledge and the national anthem. Lastly, there is an important phrase of the Lakota people that I would like to end this with, and it is Mitakuye Oyasin. It is also from a book that I read over break, authored by a Native American, and it means we are all related. Whatever happens to this bill, let us not forget what the Native Americans have endured. Let us speak on the injustices that they have faced by our government that promises freedom and liberty while sabotaging millions of lives. And let us find ways to be advocates for those who once lived on the land that we are currently on. And let us also not forget that we are all related.
Alrighty. With that, we're now in line for questioning. What was the questions? I'm going to go Chair Tubble.
Two, if I may.
Go for it.
Thank you. So good evening, Senator Costas. My first question is rather logistical, but do you have a written thing for the land acknowledgements should this bill pass? And if you do not, and a quick follow-up, but if I may, thereafter, the chair, Speaker Hall.
I mean, I would interpret this resolution to mean that the be it further resolved part, where it starts with the land acknowledgement, will proclaim that the land of UCF sits on the stolen lands of the various tribes, could count. That would be my interpretation, but at the same time, it probably should be written out explicitly.
Okay. And then my second question regards more like something that similar to Hewitt said. So how do you suppose we should act more act beyond just this land acknowledgement? Like, what are additional steps that can be taken to further acknowledge the history of the Native American, of the First Nations?
That is a great question. As you guys might know, I have a YouTube channel, so I publish videos where I talk about some of these things. But in regards to student government, there aren't many Native Americans at the University of Central Florida. In regards to your first question, it would be what is listed in the Be It Further Resolved clause. But I think speaking up and finding organizations that you can donate to that can help some of these Native American communities that are now relatively small receive funding, receive communal benefits, that's something we can do. But in regards to passing legislations, I don't know if it's going to do a lot, or if we can do a lot. But if we all band together and unite, we can do a lot for everybody.
I'm going to go Chair Trainer and then Delia McClung.
Do you know if any other universities or like any offices on campus are doing anything similar?
One of the clauses, prestigious universities such as Northwestern, Michigan State, and Princeton have published land acknowledgements on their websites. I don't know if they do it in their student government senates, but last year, former diversity and inclusion coordinator Adrienne Lee gave a presentation, and I recall she did a land acknowledgement before she started.
Delia McClung.
Two, if I may.
Go for it.
The first one is you mentioned that this might come off as performative, so I'm wondering what you believe. How much merit does this have?
That's why I wanted to have a discussion with everybody here, because obviously it's not a bad thing to do, but in regards to like how much it does for the community, I don't know if it does as much as I would like to see. And did you have a second question?
Yes. You also mentioned that you weren't too happy with this placement. Where would you place it?
Again, I think that the placement, it does fit, but that's another reason I wanted to have a discussion. Would it fit with the Pledge of Allegiance to National Anthem? I don't know if it does. Some people disagreed with me in GAP when I brought it up, but I think having a discussion about it is what we should do, because like I said, it's not a bad thing. It would work. It just, does it fit with the National Anthem and the Pledge? For some reasons, I don't think it does.
I'll go Vice Chair Castle and then Chair Wonjin.
Yes, so I wasn't able to see the agents that it's going to be sent out to on the bill, but I just wanted to ask, have you thought about maybe reaching out to the Ginsburg Center to see like if they could maybe put out a statement regarding the resolution, or the internal bill, or maybe have some type of event to further advocate for this cause?
Thank you for that. I have not reached out to the Ginsburg Center. I only recently took this bill, but that is a great idea, and I would love to see some events or things be done that can acknowledge the Native American communities and find ways to help.
You've mentioned concern about this not doing anything. This is just kind of, since we already don't really do the Pledge of Allegiance or National Anthem, unless, of course, Steelig McClellan has his trumpet. Do you expect that the land acknowledgement would probably go the same way?
I don't know. That's why I'm excited to go into debate, because we can do it every week, but would it become redundant? Maybe. Would it? I don't know. I really don't.
I'm going to go Chair Salcedo and then Chair Ulmer.
I'm glad Wonjin asked that question, because that made me want to ask, and this may be better directed to Speaker Hall, what the reason is behind like not doing the pledge or the national anthem. Is it just because like McClellan can't do it or doesn't want to, or is there another thing?
I mean, there's not like a particular reason. Like, I'm not going to say some stand one way or the other. It's more, to be honest, last year they did a really corny YouTube video, to be honest. But like, I mean, if people wanted to do the Pledge of Allegiance, National Anthem more, they're more than welcome to speak to me. I view these issues as it's at my discretion as the speaker. I would say, should this pass, I would read out the land acknowledgement. That's just my personal opinion. Does not mean the next speaker would. That's at their discretion. And I would add, I do believe, and y'all can look it up if you want, I believe FSU did do something like this recently. And they did have some issues about compelled speech. So that's something to at least keep in mind. I would say look it up. I don't know all the facts. I'm not going to say one thing or another, but I do know another university in Florida did try something like this. Chair Temple, I'm guessing you have more to add to that.
Yeah, so not only does FSU as a university as a whole do it, but so does their Department of Arts and History as well as their student government. In particular, statute revision, Senate Bill 93, creating Statute 211, enacting an SGA Indigenous Land Acknowledgement Act of 2020 is established that acknowledgement. It says it verbatim in Chapter 211, Section 2. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but thankfully there's an abbreviated version of it in 211.3. If Brody doesn't mind, I'll actually add that into the agenda so everybody can have a look at the act itself.
Yeah. All right, we're still in line for questions. So I'm going to go Chair Ulmer.
2 questions, one for you, Speaker Hall. How much more time of questioning do we have?
About 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay. Given that like there's a lot of this is for Michael. Given there's like you said, like you're not sure if this is just too performative or anything, like, would it not be a better idea to aim this at like the university as a whole rather than just an internal resolution? Because like we do a lot of good things here, but like none of us are Native American. So when we can't speak on what the Native American community wants to see out of institutions like UCF, and also like how many people watch us, and like to like for this to be not important, but you know, like a change only for us, right? And not a change for people. Like, why are we doing this rather than like was this a specific issue brought up? Like, I like that like this is an issue we're talking about because yes, Native Americans have been.
It's Cheryl Mar.
Okay, yeah.
The question.
So like my question is like, wouldn't this be better for like to propose for a university-wide land acknowledgement rather than a just internal resolution for Senate?
I assume with the original writers of this bill, they felt that the university just publishing like a statement wouldn't get as much done as if we said it in Senate every week and people were watching on the live stream. It would bring some more awareness than just a post by President Carter or an email. That's my assumption, but I am not opposed to finding other ways to get the university to talk about these things and talk about these issues.
I'm going to go Vice Chair Control.
So I feel like we're kind of just circling here with just meaningless questions when we could be debating amongst ourselves. So I'm for moving to debate. So motion to move to debate.
For a motion to go to debate, are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm going to go Chair Taché first, and then because you did that, I'll go Vice Chair Control after.
Yeah, I was gonna do this in questioning because it was kind of answering people's questions, but I was just like taking notes as that was going on. So as far as what would our land acknowledgement look like, there are many different land acknowledgements that UCF has put out. In the bill and the whereas clauses, you can see that the Office of Diversity and Inclusion has put one out. The Department of Philosophy and the Department of Anthropology has drafted one that they're waiting to see approved. I don't know if that's been approved yet. This bill was written forever ago. As far as, you know, what we can do beyond just having a land acknowledgement, I think it would be great if some of the caucuses could use some of the funding to do some sort of educational event in the courtyard, similar to what some of the Jewish RSOs have done to raise awareness of certain issues. I think those two movements tend to be similar as regards to being educational on history, but as well, I think reaching out to some organizations in Orlando to see if they could come table to get volunteers for their organizations or fundraising or things like that would be a great project we could work on. Sorry, my phone closed on me. And then as far as, you know, people worrying about it being repetitive or performative, I personally, you know, I'm not going to write it, but I personally wouldn't mind if someone put something in there that said, you know, this gets read once per semester or something like that. Similarly to the Pledge of Allegiance and National Anthem, I think they're unnecessarily repetitive to do every single time you do something. But, you know, I have no problem with doing it every single time if the alternative is not doing it at all. And then as far as, you know, how this could impact the rest of the university versus just our body, we could still write a resolution or a proclamation or whatever that does other stuff. You know, this is a slight improvement to our body, but, you know, it's not a negative. We're already here. It's already been written. We might as well vote yes. So, yeah.
Just as a point of information, November is Native American Heritage Month, and there are entities like MSC on campus that do events, including a powwow that they had down in the Pegasus Ballroom, I believe about myself, Chair Almanar, and D. McClellan attended. But just that there are existing things on campus that are done. Moving along, who did I say? Vice Chair Control.
So personally, I agree with a lot of like the sentiment behind it. I feel like a land acknowledgement would be a good thing for us to do. However, I'll be voting against this just because I feel like having it with the beginning of every Senate meeting, and even if, you know, we decide to not do it every meeting, having it at the beginning, I feel like it's not really necessary to be read. I feel like we would get a lot more done with maybe a proclamation or a resolution prompting the university to maybe put something on its website or do something along the lines to get the information out there. Because to be honest, like I'm not sure. I've checked the YouTube live streams. There doesn't seem like that many people actually tune in. I don't think these meetings are as far reaching as we quite think they are. Sadly, I feel like we should work on getting the students more like involved in it as well. But I feel like it's actually having it just as in the beginning of the meeting is not necessarily the most we could do, and it would be much better to put this somewhere else and have it done a different way.
Senator Schiller?
I concur with my fellow senator. I don't feel like a weekly declaration will be nearly as effective as pressuring the university itself to make the declaration and make it available to every student. As realistically, despite the student government affecting a large portion of students, not too many students are actually paying attention to student government itself. So I'm not sure it would actually hit the mark or reach its intended parties.
I'm going to go Chair Saucedo and then D.L. McClellan.
So I'm going to be voting in favor of this resolution. I think it can only help and not hurt. It says something if we put a land acknowledgement before the Pledge of Allegiance. I think it honors, not those sacrifices, but basically that history that the U.S. has. And I like that some people are thinking bigger, like, why don't we do this at, I don't know, football games? What's wrong with a land acknowledgement at a football game? The national anthem's played there. So let's start with baby steps. It's true, like we don't have the biggest audience, but think about the students that come in here for funding. Think about the here and there anonymous Joes that are on our YouTube stream. It's gonna connect with some people, and I think that's all that matters.
I'm going to go D.L. McClellan and then Iley Almachili.
So I'm going to be voting against this bill. I do not think that land acknowledgements as a whole do much more than just our performative acts. I'd rather do something more tangible. Speaker Hall has mentioned, when we went to that one event in the Pegasus Ballroom, the room was fairly empty. So if we could do stuff to maybe raise awareness and then make those events more full, I think that would be more worth our time. That would be more worth our effort, because that would be making more real change than this. And if there was more people there, then I would not have had to have gone up on stage and danced. That was really embarrassing. But I did also get a video that does exist of Dylan dancing.
Iley Almachili.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to be voting in favor of this bill. I think it is very important that even though land acknowledgements may be performative, they do send a message. They do symbolize that this student government cares and acknowledges the Native American tribes who lost their land to colonizers. I think that is a very important acknowledgement to make, even if the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance is not said, the land acknowledgements can still be said. What does it take? What is it? One sentence? How long does it take to utter one sentence? 10 seconds tops? So I don't want any of these excuses saying that land acknowledgements are performative. I mean, I get it, but I do think that it is a strong message to send. FSU has done it. The top universities in our country have done it. And this shows that UCF student government is also willing to take such a step that similar student governments across our country have taken. If we are willing to acknowledge our nation's flag, if we are willing to acknowledge our nation's anthem, why should we not acknowledge the tribes who lived here before any of us or our ancestors came to this country? Thank you.
Chair Wanjin.
Move to see my amendments as a block.
So a motion to see Chair Wanjin's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
I move for 3-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
So a motion for 3-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Wondon, go for it.
So I was basically hearing everyone agreeing that what we currently do is somewhat repetitive. This allows us to basically place equal acknowledgement to the land acknowledgement, Pledge of Allegiance, and national anthem, and not have to do it every meeting. We would have to do it at the first Senate meeting of each semester, which is less repetitive and has less. It's not available for the Pledge of Allegiance, which is very strange to hear. So yeah, that's basically the intent. It's supposed to be a middle ground.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. Chair Toche.
You know, we've talked a little bit about how saying these things back to back can be kind of contradictory. And so since we're talking about only doing it once per semester, would we consider, rather than saying like at the first meeting, all 3 of these will be done in succession, say, you know, they'll be done at the first, second, and third meeting or something like that, or once a semester? Would you consider tweaking it like that?
I would have to hear kind of what everyone else is thinking before I do that, just because that starts to get real messy for whoever has to write the agenda, Brody or Elo or Netta or whoever, because then they have to switch that out for the first 3 meetings, and I don't want to put that pain on them if I don't have to.
I'm going to go Senator Barrickman and then D. McClellan.
Move to debate, I think.
D. McClellan.
This is a question kind of more broadly to anybody that might be able to answer. Is this even something that's allowed to take out those from the beginning of every meeting?
As far as I know, yes. I talked to Brody while I was making the amendment, so I sure hope so. I don't know why it wouldn't be, because the only reason we're supposed to do it is because it's in our Senate rules.
Brody, just to clarify, it's not in Robert's rules, right? That we have to do it. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Robert's rules, otherwise known as parliamentary procedure, are used. Were created in countries that use a parliament. So yes, the national anthem and Pledge of Allegiance are not required by parliamentary procedure.
Well, I would clarify there is the God Before Country protocol in Robert's rules, so that technically, that's what I thought. So for the sake of today and for this, we can assume it's not. So yeah, we would be able to do it. Are there any other questions? Chair Temple.
Motion?
Yep.
Move to debate.
So the motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm going to go Senator Caldwell and then Aile Almonchili.
Yeah, I was actually kind of on the fence about this at first because I honestly prefer the status quo of not having anything at the start of the meeting than I would have of hearing 3 things which are somewhat contradictory at the start of every meeting, which on their own don't waste much time, but together waste a bit of time. I think this is a great compromise. Speeds up our agendas ever so slightly, which is great. I think the contradiction is ever present, but it goes away to making the bill better. And I'll speak again when we're on the larger bill.
Aile Almonchili and then Vice Chair Cantrell.
So I'm going to be opposing this amendment because I think that these things are important. Many of our constituents do care about our country, and I care about our country, and I do believe that we should strive for an America for all people. And so I don't see why a beautiful anthem should be only limited to once a semester. We have D. McClellan, who already does a great job of playing it, and I don't wish to see that go away. So I'm going to say that I oppose the amendment, and we should keep hearing the Pledge of Allegiance, keep hearing the national anthem, and have land acknowledgements as well. Thank you.
Vice Chair Cantrell.
So I believe this is either my fourth or fifth meeting, and I am actually yet to hear the Pledge of Allegiance or national anthem in this body. Now, number one, I am not opposed to either hearing it or not hearing it. Doesn't bother me whatsoever. But I do feel that this is a good middle ground between this. Actually, this amendment turned me from against to for voting for this bill if this amendment is passed, because it does offer a sort of middle ground. And like I said, I agree with the sentiment of the land acknowledgement. However, saying it every single time, along with which would end up probably getting skipped over like we do the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance, I feel like this is a good middle ground between people who are for and people who are against, except one. But I feel like it would be just a good addition to the bill.
I'm gonna go Charles Minar and then Senator
As much as I love hearing Ryan play his trumpet, I am in support of this. I think it's like I agree with others. It's a good like compromise and middle ground, so I'll be voting for it.
Senator Berkman.
Additionally, I think this is a good compromise. I personally don't like hearing none after Pledge of Allegiance and national anthem. And I also think the land acknowledgement is kind of cool, but could get redundant. So I am in support of this amendment.
Alrighty, we've heard 3 speeches in affirmation. Are there any speeches in negation? Alrighty, I'm gonna go Vice Chairman Bargy first.
So the problem with only having it once a semester is that it's turning into more of a formality that you're even passing this resolution. So you're only acknowledging one semester that the land acknowledgement. So you're taking away from all the other opportunities within Senate where we have open forum, we have different members come in, people from outside the school come in, and they're all sitting in the back at the beginning of the meeting. And that's only going to happen once a semester now. Even if it was just at the first of this semester, you can see that no one was here for open forum today. We didn't even have members out there. So that in and of itself is a problem. You're making it more of a formality that you're addressing this land acknowledgement. And honestly, you're taking away from the inherent usefulness of it. So if you pass this amendment, you're taking away all of the impact that this resolution actually has.
I'll just preface. I would just say let's not use you versus we, just because you kind of implies individuality. So we're not targeting, or it's not directed at anyone specifically, but good. Anyways, so people who are in affirmation can still speak if they wish to. I'm going to go, you don't hear, so I'm going to go Senator Shala and then Chair Sosero.
This feels like a repeat of my previous concern with the original resolution, which is to say that it is simply an attempt to cover an issue that isn't really coverable by us as Senate, because again, there's not going to really be anybody here to see why we're not doing the national anthem. And regardless of that, we normally don't do the anthem. So saying, oh, we can only do it once a semester it just seems like a weird cop-out, so a quote-unquote solution to a problem that doesn't exist. I understand the concern regarding what happened in the past. I'm not disparaging that. I'm not saying that that's not something to make known. But again, that's not something for the Senate here to sit down and say, we'll make a minute change that has no real effect, instead of having, again, something like the university stepping up and saying something that everybody would hear that is a part of the university. It just seems wasteful and needless.
So I'm going to be voting against this amendment, mostly because I think our students might feel some type of way if they find out we removed the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem from our agenda. I appreciate that Dylan or Speaker Hall uses his discretion when saying it. Who knows what the next speaker will do, but I think completely removing it could be controversial.
Okay, I'm going to go, I guess, Pro Tem Foster and then Chair Taché.
I 100% agree with Chair Cicero. I'm not really in favor of moving the national anthem or the Pledge of Allegiance, even though we rarely hear it. Kind of like she said, the next speaker can play it every meeting. And I think it does have a little bit of meaning behind it. So I don't see a reason why it should be removed either.
Chair Tache.
Can I direct a question to Senator Wanjan and then potentially speak after that?
Sure.
Cool. So I added an amendment to your amendment. If you don't like it, you can get rid of it and I won't propose it. But since it's an amendment to an amendment, I know you can accept it as a friendly. I think it's just a good compromise to say, if we have a super patriotic session, then they could do it all the time. If we have a session that, cares about the historical genocides of our country more than they do about a silly little flag, then they can do the land acknowledgements more. I think it'll just make it easier in the future.
I'm in agreement with the sentiment. I'm kind of want to change the wording.
Then, did you want to speak?
Not if you were going to accept it as a friendly, then I don't need to speak.
Alrighty. I'm dealing with Colin.
I'm not in favor of this amendment at all. I apologize that my memory has failed me and I've forgotten to bring my trumpet to every meeting. But I mean, if Speaker Hall were to have looked at me instead of saying none for 5 seconds awkwardly, I'll probably be able to like, okay, well, I'll sing it. I'll show you why I'm a band kid, not a chorus kid. But I mean, it doesn't have to only be when I bring my trumpet, but I will try my best to remember to bring it because I enjoy having the Pledge of Allegiance and then playing the national anthem. I mean, I also just enjoy playing my trumpet, but the national anthem especially. So.
Alrighty, we're still in line for debate. Chair Tumble.
May I direct a question to Chair Wanjan?
You may.
May you see my amendment as a friendly? Of course, it's loading on my end. Sorry, I'm not sure if you get this whole picture, but once it is loaded, may you see it as a friendly?
Yes, if you change the word speaker to Senate President.
Sorry, it's
Yeah, I see Chair Temple's amendment as a friendly.
And then may I debate on this?
Just a clarification. Are you still seeing Tache's amendment at all? Or does it change?
I said I wanted to change the wording and that this
That
part was
changes it.
changing the wording. Like the and going forward at the discretion of the Senate President was my
Yeah.
intent to get rid of Tache's and yeah.
Okay, so then Tache's can be removed, right? As a proposed. Okay, awesome. I just saw the two ats and that was scaring me. Alrighty, we're still in line. Chair Tupple.
Yeah, so I heard the myriad debates about this particular amendment against. I will be voting in favor of this amendment, not the least bit because I just moved to have a friendly addendum to it, but also because I find it to be, again, a good compromise to the matter. And I don't want to get too much into a debate because I want to speak more about the bill as a whole. But nevertheless, we will provide, this amendment will provide the latitude for those who will be writing the agenda, as well as the latitude for the speaker in order to address each of these three, because all three of these are very important for, of course, very different reasons, but nevertheless, they are pivotal acknowledgements of this country as a whole, no matter where you stand on it, both in figurative and literal land. So again, I want to speak more on this in debate, if that would be favorable to the chair later on.
Seeing as we have 1 second left, is there a motion, Chair Temple?
Move to vote on the amendment to Resolution 5403.
Is it a motion to vote on the amendment? Any objections? Do you object? Do you withdraw?
Sure.
Briefly, Chair Salcedo.
I just wanted to clarify what voting in favor of the amendment would be. So that would mean like voting in favor of the amendment, it's required, all three are required at the first meeting, and from then on, it's optional, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That does appear. Yeah. Alrighty. Vice Chair Control.
Motion to vote.
So a motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 22 to 14 to 1, the amendment passes favorably. We are still in line for debate. I'm going to go Chair Temple and then Chair Ulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So initially, I was very much on the ropes of this bill, to be completely transparent with you all. But after due deliberation and consideration of my own end, I will be voting in favor of this bill because I have heard in particular the paradox between the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance and National Anthem, as Senator Costas, Chair Taché, and other senators have pointed out. The fact of the matter is this country as a whole is a paradox. Like, I'm due to learn that in my American presidency course, might as well get that out now. But this country was built upon the land of nations that had preceded us. And we have built a government based off of the nations that are the Haudenosaunee, that otherwise known as the Iroquois Confederacy. We have taken much inspiration from these nations, and we have taken land from these nations, and we have pushed them away from their homelands. At the very least, we should be doing more, and I completely understand that. We need to be doing more, as Senator Hussein had said. Like, a statement or two is not going to be enough, by no means. But at the same time, as Chair Sacedo had said right before she walked out the door, she is right. This is the first step, and it is a necessary step, and it is a step that we all have to take, or at the very least acknowledge moving forward. And at the same time, I love this country. Like, this country is a very unique ball of chaos, to say the least. And we have a right, we have a duty to acknowledge that in our pledge and our national anthem. But we also have to acknowledge all of its history. And that includes the nations that preceded us on this land. Like, we were not the first people on this territory and on this land. They were. It was the Tacoma, the Seminoles, the Tocobaga, all those nations within just the state of Florida alone were the First Nations. That's why we called them First Nations. So to put a finer point and to end this before I go in a full filibuster, I do support the land acknowledgement, and we have to, but we cannot just keep saying it. We cannot have it said mandatorily at the first meeting. We cannot have it said optionally at the second or the third or the 50th meeting. We need to act on this, and we need to act on it not just for the First Nations as a whole, but also for us as American citizens if we are to really, really hone in on what it means to be an American. And to reiterate, I will be voting in favor of this. I encourage you all to do the same.
Chair Ulmer.
If no one is against it, not a motion. I'm going to debate. I'll let someone else do it. So I'll be debating in favor of this resolution. I just had like a little brain fart, but I'll be debating in favor. I think that we should do more than just this, though, and we should focus on trying to get a university-wide land acknowledgement statement or something more done. Day at the Capitol is coming up. We can plan to lobby for adding more Native American history in Florida curriculum, seeing as Florida is a state that had a lot of Native Americans forcefully removed from their land by President Andrew Jackson, and something that's not really taught here. But as of now, right now, I think this is a fine resolution. I think it's something that we can do at the discretion of the speaker, whatever session that is in. And there's nothing negative about it. So I'll be voting in favor.
I'm going to go Senator Spalding, or Vice Chair Spalding.
It's okay. I break with you. I have like a point of clarification information, whatever, and it might be a silly question. Is that allowed? Just to whomever can answer. Hold on. What like land would we be doing the one that's on the UCF page or creating our own, or what land acknowledgement are we going to be saying?
I'm going to let Chair Wangen, since it's been amended.
So main reason I wanted to answer this and not Costas is because I had a lot of conversations with former Chair Cox when they first introduced this resolution. The idea is that it's up to the speaker what is said. It just needs to acknowledge what's in the last be it further resolved clause, that the land UCF sits on was stolen from all the tribes that I'm not going to say because I'm going to mispronounce them. So that's the intent. The idea is that the speaker can say it as they choose. At least that was the original intent of the resolution.
Alrighty, we're still in line for debate. I'm gonna go Tasha Berkman.
Yeah. So, first of all, for the point about, this not doing a bunch, something that I thought of while Chair Almanar was talking is, I think it'll be helpful for when new senators come in to have a land acknowledgement be there to remind them that there's potential advocacy that could be done there. I think because ever since we invented caucuses, I think we keep our focus very narrowly on the social issues that are relevant to those 5 groups. And while we do cool work there sometimes, it makes it easier to forget the other stuff. So I think having something in our Senate procedures will make it more likely for future sessions to actually do things that'll result in material change for different communities. And then additionally, the reason I like this bill is whether or not, future sessions amend it to make it every meeting or get rid of certain parts or whatever. It's good that we're establishing now that the land acknowledgement should be in there. Maybe in the future, as that practice becomes more common, hopefully it'll be a every meeting thing or, once a month thing or something like that. Maybe if there are more, future Jason types in there, they'll get rid of the Pledge of Allegiance and National Anthem entirely. Things can still change from here. And that's what I like about this bill, but it does the important job of establishing the precedent of the land acknowledgement.
Senator Berkman?
It's been a while, y'all. Move to vote.
So the motion to vote on resolution 5403? Yeah, 03. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. The vote count of 30 to 5 to 3. Resolution 5403 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty. Resolution 5415 updates Senate Rule 2, standing ad hoc committees and caucuses. Senator Parmar is not here. Is there a motion to postpone? Or Chair Urea?
Motion to postpone 5415 and 5416 because I don't think Simcoe's here either. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, I guess it's postponed. And then just for the sake of it, resolution 5416, is there a motion to postpone? Oh, I forgot. I'm so sorry. Okay, resolution 5416, resolution to improve pedestrian safety near UCF campus. Senator Simcoe and Vice Chair Castellan. 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
It's been a while, guys. I didn't think this day would come since this bill has been postponed a lot. But good evening, Senate. Okay, so this is a resolution regarding campus safety and pedestrian safety on UCF campus. So as many students leave their homes to come to the university with expectations to be safe. Unfortunately, this is not the general state of consensus for many of our peers of attendance. Whether it comes to dark and ominous, poorly lit areas in after hours or poorly constructed crosswalk areas, pedestrian safety is an immediate issue that needs to be addressed on UCF campus. Orlando is regarded as one of the most unsafe areas for pedestrians in the county, and if anyone needs evidence of this, they simply need to drive on Alafaya and see the rows of roadside memorials put up after a pedestrian was hit and killed. The university needs to respond immediately to address this growing problem by investing more in its infrastructure. One area of focus is increasing street lighting, preferably that of which is sustainable. Even though most foot traffic is during business hours, there are still students who walk late at night to get home. Mind you, on the way here, I was in a very dark pathway, and that just goes to show how unsafe these streets can get. And I know a lot of peers around me will agree and say that roads or crosswalks or paths on UCF campus pretty much scares them when it gets past those after hours, especially with daylight savings making it darker around this time period. Furthermore, many areas such as specific streets can be extremely dangerous for drivers who may encounter these streets, putting their own safety or the safety of nearby pedestrians at risk. We here in student government would also like to see a great focus on improving pedestrian and cycling infrastructure on a number of different streets that are included in the resolution. This includes sidewalk widening and sidewalk extensions. Finally, we would like to see more innovative solutions that are similarly being used in other cities, such as raised crosswalks or leading pedestrian intervals. While Senator Simcoe and I have looked extensively into ongoing campus safety projects, many of these measures have been in place for quite some time and have yet to yield any progress. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
All right, we're now in line for questions. All those questions. I'm going to go Chair Saucedo and then Senator Campbell.
Who did you speak to about implementing the changes that you wish to see out of this?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, we worked on this resolution and we ended it, finished working on it at the end of October. So like all the people's names are like scrambled in my head. Like if I go to my email, I could find it. But I know we spoke to many of the like Orange County directors who are in control of facilities or, you know, other street. I really can't remember their names right now, but other people who oversee the street facilities. So those people, if you want them, their names specifically, I could find that in my emails from 2022 and let you know.
All right, Senator Campbell.
Yes, so I know the Disability Coalition, RSO, and the Disability Caucus have previously talked about trying to get audio cues for the different sidewalk crossings throughout the campus. Would that be something that you would be able to do as a later bill, or is that more out of your purview?
I definitely think that's something that could be added as an amendment to the resolution, since you know it does increase campus safety for the disabled community. So I wouldn't mind like if you would want to add that as an amendment, or you know that could be made as a resolution, a separate resolution, if that's what you would prefer instead. So
I unfortunately don't know how to. I don't know how to add an amendment. So unfortunately, I that's not under my knowledge area.
Chair Double.
So anybody is able to type directly onto it as a suggestion. They're not officially considered amendments yet until you motion for them to be considered amendments. Otherwise, they're just suggestions on the bill. If you need any more clarification, I'd be more than happy to yield to Brody.
Okay. Chair Taché.
Just to address that real quick, just a point of information for you, Al. If you do write that amendment right now, you have to wait till we're in debate to make the motion to hear the amendment. I will also say that this is being heard on second reading right now. So if you want to take more than 2 minutes to write an amendment, you can write it over the course of the next week and we can hear it when we're hearing this on third reading. I'm not discouraging you from writing something, just if you want to be able to clear your head a little easier than while everyone else is talking. It gets hard to do those amendments sometimes.
Yeah, I'll wait till third reading because I also want to make sure it's written properly and not a word mess.
Look at that learning moment for everyone. Senator Bergman.
Move to debate.
So the motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Do withdrawal? With questions?
Did the people you speak to give you an estimated cost for how much it would be to implement the lighting and widening the crosswalks? I know you mentioned that this is a project that has been in the works or discussed for years to come. So I was just wondering if there was any numbers that could back that implementation up.
yes, I do not have the exact numbers of how much it would cost, but knowing that these are because we already had the blueprints and the plans and procedures for them implementing it with, I think they said by 2025, but we were definitely trying to have that be implemented further on UCF campus and areas surrounding us specifically more, and we wanted it to be in a more immediate cost because it seemed like oftentimes even if we spoke to other I'm not going to say names, but other executives who are in control of pedestrian safety or campus safety. It just seemed like everything was being postponed and no immediate action was being taken. So we just wanted to further work on that. But it definitely seems like it's a feasible initiative that they were doing, since the plans are, in the making. So yeah, I'm sorry I don't have those numbers for you though.
Vice Chair Perry?
Is this just including like main roadways like Gemini and such? Because I know, like, personally, I walk to Towers and like all of the malls dark, and then you cross the road, and then like all the sidewalks down that way is like all the like little sidewalk tiles are not the same. Is that kind of accounted into what you're trying to do?
Yeah, so if you look in the resolution, we said that we want improved sidewalks and crosswalks. So, we definitely want to have both aspects of that. So I completely understand what you're saying.
Chair Temple.
Good evening, Vice Chair Castellan. I'm looking in the resolution now. It's saying that Orange County had and UCF for conducting a joint study on traffic safety. To your knowledge, has that study been completed or in any way public?
It is on the internet actually right now, and like I think the last time it was amended or written on was like 2017 or something. So that just goes to show like this was obviously a problem that people have been advocating for years back, and I think there was an initiative for this to be worked on in 2017 as well, but nothing. Seeing now we're in 2023, nothing has happened. That's why we kind of want this resolution to move forward to, expedite things, because it just seems like, they're kind of sitting on this right now. So,
is that a follow-up?
Yeah. With regards to expediting it, who are you in contact with anyhow on this matter? And do you still have that communication with them to continue this expediency?
okay. I'm so sorry. I'm like not 100% prepared for this. In my emails, we have all the emails of, I don't remember their names, but it's like the people who are in charge of engineering and facilities of UCF and also Orange County. I can literally find it like very soon and like put it in the Senate wide chat or directly message it to you, but I don't have it on the top of my head. I have to go back to like my emails from October. So I will let you know.
I'm going to go Chair Trainer dealing claim.
Yeah, just more of a point of information for that. So I actually was working on something similar a few months ago, but I never ended up getting the resolution put out. I just put in one of the comments where you can find that pedestrian safety survey. I actually reached out to the lady. Her name is Kathy Evangelo. She's the senior engineer. She works with Orange County, and I sent her multiple emails and calls, and she never responded. Yeah, so that's
Taylor McCollum.
So supposing that this resolution gets passed on second and third reading, it's signed, and then you have it. It's fully there. What are you planning to do with this to make sure that this doesn't just land on somebody's desk and then that's the end of it?
So we're hoping that this resolution can show that, the support of the student body wants, immediate change to happen. So I'm just hoping that, we can send it out to the agents that you see on the bottom of the resolution and, be able to send it to them and, just show that, this is something that we want advocated for. We want some change to happen as soon as possible, and not just within Orange County, but, within UCF. That's why I also included the current exec coordinator of, safety and transportation, and even, parking and transportation services, because I know they definitely have power to, create some type of change on this. So yeah, just sending these out to them and, having communications, having meetings so things can actually happen.
Chair Temple.
Final question, and then if there are no other questions, may I retain?
You may.
So regarding that, I was going to ask something around on the lines of taking accountability for these individuals. How often do you intend on meeting with these individuals if you are able to meet with them and provided this resolution does pass?
So I know as soon as the resolution passes, we want to send out all those emails, and that it's all tentative on how they respond if we get those responses. But I'm sure with all the parties and agents that we have listed, we will be able to have a good amount of responses and be able to move on from that point forward. And I'll probably not probably. I will keep you guys updated within what is able to, be passed, and, any action that we see change, I'll definitely let you guys know in the, group chat.
Chair Temple?
And then move to debate.
So a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. All those wishing to debate. Brody, quick question just before we begin. There's one amendment that's way back in like October 27th that it looks like, I guess, Senator Simcoe and former Chair Anderson did. Can those still be acknowledged if another senator does? Okay. All right, we're in debate. I'm going to go Senator Barrickman and then Senator Bethesda.
So I'm fully in support of this resolution. As a resolution, it's like a values-based judgment that we're making. The Orlando area is number 8 in the Dangerous by Design study of 2022, which means that a lot of people die on this sidewalks here or just crossing the street. There are certain roads that you can just see the memorial signs dotting the sides of the roads. So it's critically important to make sure that people walk or ride or various modes of travel are safe from point A to point B. So I will be fully in support of this, and I hope everyone here is as well.
Senator Bethesda?
I'll be voting in favor because I see no reason why this should not be passed. Every life that is saved due to this amendment is surely a good thing. And I see that the streetlights and the sidewalks are not perfect at this moment. And I also feel the need every time I travel on these sidewalks. So I think I will be voting in favor of this one. Thank you.
Chair Trainer?
Move to see my amendments as a block.
So the motion to see Chair Trainer's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, question, and debate? Chair Temple?
Move for 3-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
So motion for 3-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Trainer, 3 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
All right, so the first one that I'll talk about is at the bottom of the first page. This just is a little bit more specific about one part of campus that has no pedestrian safety at all, and I cross it almost every single day, multiple times. It's kind of near Celeste Hotel and Garage A. There is a median and a busy road. It's kind of by the intersection, but it's really unsafe. There's no lighting, no crosswalk. It's really easy to get hit by a car, especially because people will be whipping at like 30 miles per hour around the corner. And I swear, like, you look 1 second and the car's coming, and yeah, it's really unsafe. I just wanted to add that in there. My second one is at the bottom in the be it further resolved to just have this sent out to the engineer who did not respond to any of my emails or calls. Thank you, Kathy. That is it.
All right, we're now in line for questions. All those questions. I'm going to go Pro Tem Foster and then Senator Bergman.
Okay. So I know exactly where that intersection is at, and I've had to cross it a couple of times, so it's very dangerous. But my question is, what solution do you propose that we put there? Would you say a crosswalk or maybe another light, stop sign to make it easier for pedestrians to cross over and get onto campus?
My solution that I would say is to implement a crosswalk, of course, with pedestrian crossing lights, which is where pedestrians on either side will just click a button, it'll flash the sign, and cars will have to stop for pedestrians. So that way the flow of the traffic will still happen and people won't be in fear of getting hit. I also think some street poles would be that, like just some like lights on the side would be kind of nice on either side of the crosswalk. I will be crossing over there and it is pitch black. So yeah.
Sorry, Bergman.
I just think that these are pretty common sense additions. I'd like to move to debate.
So the motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Temple?
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Senator Berrickman here. These are pretty like sensible additions, seen as they could very well get somebody killed on these. I would really like to see this within the wider package as a whole. So with that, move to vote on the amendment to Resolution 5416.
There's a motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a count of 34-0-2, the amendments pass favorably. We are still in debate. Chair Salcedo.
Motion to see my amendment as a technical.
There's been a motion to see Chair Salcedo's amendment as a technical. I'll see it as a technical. Yeah. Alrighty, we're still in debate. Senator Bergman.
I guess move to see the additional amendments on the bill. Or if they're acknowledged, can we move to vote?
Okay, I'm gonna see D-Leg McClellan's as technical, correct? Or they're just technical? So I'll see D-Leg McClellan's as technical, and then I guess I'll pose it to the chamber. In theory, Senator Simcoe could propose this on third reading as amendments, or we could see his amendments now. What's up? Pro Tem Foster.
May I direct a question to Senator Castellan, or Vice Chair Castellan, excuse me?
Go for it.
Would you be comfortable speaking on Senator Simcoe's amendments?
I'm just now reading them, so I was trying
Chair Temple.
to.
May I take a crack at these? I'm speaking on these amendments so we can expedite these.
Chair or Vice Chair Castellan, would you prefer that? Okay. Is there a motion? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
There's a motion for 3-minute speeches, 7-minute questions, 7-minute debate. Any objections? Ready? Go for it.
Right, so I'm neither Senator Simcoe nor former Senator Edison, but I'm going to give this a shot. So the first whereas clause here dictates a general solution to having to minimize pedestrian fatalities or incidents by including some sort of solution regarding lighting signals. So to quote the actual thing itself, leading pedestrian intervals provide pedestrians a chance. So this is basically acknowledging the inclusion of a pedestrian interval of sorts, which is a way to improve street safety, giving pedestrians a chance to begin crossing the streets. So think of them as like a traditional light you would see, for example, on the crosswalk from parking garage D to Knights Plaza towards Towers 3. It's something very similar to those. And the second, and then the additional whereas clause here is just including a pedestrian interval at the specific corner of Andromeda Loop North and South Gemini Boulevard, which I'm going to assume is going to be a very dark location to cross. I'll try to answer anything as best as I can, but no promises I'll give a good answer to any of them.
All right, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions? Seeing no questions, D-Leg McClellan.
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to debate? Senator Bergman.
May I retain?
You may.
These look cool. I support them. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. We look on 36-0-1. The amendment passes favorably. We're still in line for debate, and I will see Chair Wanjan's as a technical. I was staring at that period the entire time, so I was literally about to do the semicolon. We're still in debate. Pro Tem Foster.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5416. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw? Chair Taché.
I just wrote a quick little speech, so I would have been upset if I didn't get to say it because I don't write things a lot. Can I say it? Cool.
Go for it.
So beyond all the reasons of the infrastructure that everyone else has already given, I want to say why I like this bill. I love holding the university accountable as if they're a government. Oftentimes, we hold little expectations for UCF, especially in regards to making up for the shortcomings of the city of Orlando and Orange counties, such as infrastructure and transit. UCF is a very rich institution that has a population of students that is larger than most small towns. We should be expecting the same things out of them we would out of a city government, especially considering UCF is unincorporated county land. This helps further the precedent I tried to establish with the hurricane resolution, and I think it's great to continue that tone in our body. And I'm glad that Chair Castellan and Senator Simcoe are helping to continue set that tone. That is all.
Chair Temple?
A motion?
Go for it.
Move to vote on resolution 5416.
So motion to vote on resolution 5416. Any objections? Seeing none. One other. With a vote count of 35 to 0 to 1, resolution 5416 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, resolution 5417, resolution in support of college affordability and tuition-free public university for all. Senator Costas, 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Senate, what's going on? Thank you for your time again regarding this important bill handed down to me by former Senator Mole. As you are all certainly aware of, college tuition in America is simply too expensive for middle class and working Americans. Two of my best friends, one of them immigrating here from Venezuela, had to join the United States Air Force because they could not afford college tuition in the United States. The Air Force was not their first choice. Many countries around the world have implemented tuition-free college programs, and it works beautifully. I knew somebody who was studying abroad last year from Germany, and they were not too happy with the way UCF was handling the funds and colleges around the country as well. Currently, the amount it would cost to implement a tuition-free college program nationally would be significantly less than our current military budget, and I'm certain all of you are in favor of dropping more books and less bombs. Education is a stepping stone to progress in this economic system we live under, depending on one's goals and aspirations. And it is disheartening to see universities over the past few decades implement a business and profit-oriented model, limiting many, especially persons of color and the working poor, from attaining higher level education. I previously wrote a bill that would help bring education to the incarcerated and formerly incarcerated, as I have seen how important education can be for one to find their place in the world and pursue what they love. This bill would not guarantee UCF implements this program of free education, but it is a start for us to move in the right direction, to provide education to as many people as possible, which is crucial because currently 54% of Americans cannot read above a 6th grade level.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Alrighty. We're now in line for questions. Before we do that, I will just say as information to be it further resolved, that's going to need to be amended really heavily because most of those people are no longer in those positions. Like, yeah. But regardless, just as we're doing questioning and stuff, if somebody wants to look that up, I'd encourage you. But yeah, moving forward, Chair Temple.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you if we can move the table this so we can fix the be it further resolved clause, because it's going to take some significant research that will, well, of course, take a lot of time, but anybody else can debate, I can discuss that matter as well.
There's been a motion to table. Any objections? You withdraw?
I withdraw.
As a recommendation, I would say you could just take their names out of it and just put that is an option. But moving along, we're still in line for questions. Aile Amachili.
Actually, move to see my amendments as technicals.
We are in questioning, so we can't. We're still in line for questions. Chair Urea.
Move to debate.
Should a motion go to debate? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I don't see your amendments, Aile Amachili.
don't know why they're gone. Let me redo them.
Anyways, we're in debate. All those wishing to debate, Eli tomorrow.
I'll speak in favor of this resolution. I think it's so important for education to be a big part of our community. Honestly, everything starts at education, and by not giving everyone the same access to education, you therefore don't allow those same marginalized communities to get access to stuff with that people of higher education can get. And it's kind of those type of stuff that starts at like the ground that perpetuates the systemic inequity. And I think that this really fights for this, and it's something that I think is amazing.
Alrighty, still in line, Chair Taché.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, we passed a bill during our last session before the break about lobbying expenditures done by our university. And I think this ties in very well to that because, this would be probably the number one thing that people who go to a university would say they want the university advocating for. Obviously, it's against the university's interest, but if people like us get to decide that, that changes things. In situations like that, as well as many other situations, I think it's helpful to establish the precedent that this is our position. I don't think that this individually does anything, but I think it's good to get it out of the way that we are for college affordability and for free college, because going forward, that can be a guidepost on any related issues. And I'm hoping related issues do come up, considering, we're the voice for the student body. And this is probably their number one concern, if I had to guess.
Vice Chair Rowe.
Yeah, I will be speaking. That is a sign of how long it's been. Okay. I will be speaking in favor of this. I mean, there's no real reason not to. I can see some people being concerned about affordability, whatever concerns they have, but this, it just shows that this is something the student body wants to support. And I will say I am an out-of-state student. This semester I am taking 13 credit hours and my tuition is over $10,000. And there is absolutely no undergrad program in Colorado for photonic engineering. So I had to go out of state, and out of state is expensive. So I'm having to pay to do something that I really want to do, which kind of sucks because there's no in-state in Colorado. And I think this will allow a lot more people to go where they want to go. I know a lot of, I was able to attend here because UCF is a yellow ribbon school and has graciously allowed me to become an in-state tuition for the past 3 years. I do not have that anymore. However, it just allows more people to go where they want to go. And I think that is so important, to be able to do what they want to do to further our country and our way of living.
Before we continue, I would also recommend the first, therefore be it resolved, the College for All Act has not been put forward in the House or Senate yet, so those numbers are not correct. But Senator or Vice Chair Perry?
Yeah, so I'm also out of state, and my roommate and I both pay I'm lucky to be on scholarships and stuff, but I know my roommate really struggles with a lot of tuition payments and housing because we live on campus right now. And so she does a bunch of stuff to help her, but I know this would give opportunities for a lot of people I know who could not do their major because Virginia schools don't offer a bunch of stuff that people want to do. So this is overall great. And I know if it's passed and eventually put in, a lot of people will get to come and do what they actually want to do and not have to do something more general. So, yeah.
Chair Taché.
Can I direct a question to Brody?
Go for it.
Brody, I have a hypothetical question that this bill is making me think of, but, it's not necessary to do for this bill. You know how in the therefore be it resolved clauses, we say, it is the opinion of this Senate session, whatever. Is there ever a way to write a bill that says it is the opinion of the student body senate until, contradictory legislation is passed, or every single time is it only possible to say it's our specific opinion, even though, we're passing this and we're all gone in 2 months?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. My first response is to say I think you only have the authority to speak on your own Senate session, but I'd have to think deeper about that. So yeah,
We can chat more another time.
yeah, but I would, until you hear differently, I would assume you only can speak on behalf of your session.
Senator Berkman.
Can I ask a question about the order of precedence and the communications?
Sure.
Would it make sense to put Governor DeSantis after the president and vice president, particularly because this is like a national level resolution?
That's the discretion of the chamber. You can put in whatever order. You just have to amend it to switch it out. Senator Costas.
That definitely is a fair point. I could see how visually it would make sense, but with the be it further resolved clauses, when we're sending it to people, the order doesn't really matter because everybody is going to be receiving it. But we can change it. It's not going to make anything better or worse.
Okay, cool.
All right, we're still in debate. Senator Batheja.
I have a question. Does this resolution include international students also? Or does this keep international students out of the realm?
Senator Costas, do you want to respond?
I yield to Tache.
Chair Tache.
Yeah, so this doesn't specifically state anything. It was referring to two specific bills. If you want to look up, they've currently been crossed out by Chair Temple, but you can still kind of see through there. If you want to look up and read those bills and see if there's anything that implies that. To my understanding of how free college in America would work is that, yes, it would imply to international students, but there's nothing in this bill specifically about that, but I would look into those two to see if there is anything.
Just to add to that, the free things would be classes. You still have to pay for food and football games and all the other things that you pay for at college.
All right, we're still in debate. I would say before we make the motion to see all the amendments, Maxwell Frost is just listed as Maxwell Frost. I don't know if somebody wants to put a title for them. As well as Virginia Fox is a woman, so you might want to do chairwoman instead of chairman. Still in debate. Chair Temple.
My iPad is definitely not working with me tonight, but may I make a motion here in just a quick minute?
You may.
Oh my God. Yeah, you know what? Do it. Move to see all amendments on the document as a block.
There's been a motion to see all the amendments on the document as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
There's a motion for 3-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Is that an objection? Withdrawal?
Yes.
Vice Chair Control.
So it's my understanding that these are all just kind of changing the names. I feel like that's a little bit unnecessary for that length of time. Move for 1-minute speech, 30 or 1 minute, 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
There's been a motion for 1-minute speeches. I'm going to not see that at least a minute if you just want to amend it.
Minute speech, minute question, minute debate.
So motion for a minute speech, minute question, minute debate. Are there any objections? Do withdrawal?
I do.
Senator Berkman.
Can we see these as technicals because they're simply moving around points of fact like a date?
I'm going to not, just because it also does, based off of what you all talked about previously, it does shift the names around a little bit. So I at least just want a bit of an explanation for that. Oh yeah, Chair Temple.
Yeah. Move for 1 minute speech, 1 minute questioning, 1 minute debate.
Motion for 1 minute speeches, 1 minute question, 1 minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none. Chair Temple, 1 minute. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, all right. So I'm not gonna cut. I'm gonna cut the chatter. This is basically going to accommodate for the new members of the 118th House of Representatives, including the new chair individuals, including that of Virginia Fox of the new aptly named House Education and Workforce Committee, and Chairman Jody Arrington of the House Budget Committee, and Chair Jason Smith of the House Ways and Means Committee. Fun. Of course, the Committee on Finance's name was updated to account for the fact that it is now named the Committee on Finance. Keith Perry is now the new Florida Senate Appropriations. Basically, this is just to rename all the individuals who are now to be receiving this bill from the 117th Congress to the 118th Congress, and it is updating the representative, the then candidate Maxwell Alejandro Frost to become Representative Maxwell Alejandro Frost. If you have any questions, do not stop me.
All right, we're now in line for questions. Chair Urea.
Move to debate.
Motion to debate. Any objections?
Yeah. Sorry.
Chair Tache.
Yeah, just making sure. Because like right around the exact same time that you said like all the amendments is when I put my amendments in there. The ones in the first therefore be it resolved clause. You good with those and that phrasing of just removing the bill numbers?
Yes, I can see those as friendlies.
Cool.
All right.
Sorry, just a quick question. Where did you? I'm saying on finance and tax, not just on finance. Where did you get that?
For which one?
The Senate Committee on Finance. I'm saying on finance and tax, and a different chair.
Huh. That's strange. If you want to make those amendments, I can see those as friendlies.
Chair Tache.
Move to debate.
Turn the motion, go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Have the amendments changes been made so that they can be seen as friendly? Just one, Chair Wanjin.
Will you see my amendments as friendlies, Temple?
All right, friendly. I'm gonna go Chair Tache.
Move to vote.
Motion to vote on the amendments. Any objections? You withdraw. Senator Berkman.
Just point of information, finance.senate.gov. It is the United States Senate Committee on Finance.
Senator Costas.
Ethan, that was really cool. You spoke that fast. Move to vote.
So motion to vote on the block of amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Vote count of 32 to 1 to 0. The amendments pass favorably. We're still in line for debate. Chair Urea.
Move to vote on resolution 5417.
So motion to vote on resolution 5417. Are there any objections? Seeing, Brody.
I can't object. I just really quickly before you all vote on it, I just want to make clear kind of what happened there. I believe Chair Wanjin was looking at the Florida Committee for Finance and Tax, and so before you all voted on those amendments, she did remove that friendly amendment, so it stands as it was. Just so everyone's clear on what exactly you voted on.
Alrighty. Seeing no objections, we're now voting procedure. With a vote count of 32 to 2 to 0, resolution 5417 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, resolution 5418, resolution advocating for the University of Central Florida to improve parking garage access. Pro Tem Foster.
Move to postpone resolution 5418 until next meeting.
There's been a motion to postpone resolution 5418 till next meeting. Are there any objections?
Yeah, I just want to have a conversation with Avery before I put it on the floor for the first time.
Any objections? Seeing none, resolution 5420 22, resolution to expand and redevelop bicycle lanes at UCF. Chair Almanar is not in the chamber. Is there a motion to move resolution 5423? Alrighty, resolution 5423, resolution advocating to make Juneteenth a UCF holiday. Chair Holmes, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, y'all. Let me see. Okay, it's been a while since I've done the speech for this, so just bear with me. So essentially, this resolution is to advocate to make Juneteenth a UCF holiday. Currently, obviously, Juneteenth is not a UCF holiday here. And so essentially what we did with this resolution is we made a call to action to urge the University of Central Florida to improve its mission of diversity and inclusion by reevaluating the academic calendar expeditiously and make Juneteenth a university holiday, meaning that it would give the faculty, staff, and students that are here on campus in the summer a day off. And I know from my own experience that I had to prepare for an exam before Juneteenth and take my exam on Juneteenth. So I didn't have that much time on the weekend and the day of to celebrate. And I want that, and I don't want another student to have to experience that. If you don't know what Juneteenth is, I'll just give a little bit of a context to it. Essentially, even though the Emancipation Proclamation declared that all those that were enslaved were free persons, which was issued by President Lincoln, the last slaves didn't hear about it until June 19th, 1865, which was 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was enacted. Therefore, that is why the Black and African American community celebrates Juneteenth as the official Freedom Day, because that is when all the slaves were free here in America. As you can see, we have a lot of sponsorships here. Honestly, probably have more. I gotta go check the group, the UCF Black Presidents Group Me. But I would say my most significant one was all aisles of the political spectrum here at UCF. I think that was my that was my favorite one, honestly, because it really showed how, despite anyone's political views, that they saw that, you know, this is something that's important to the UCF community despite political views, because the political climate here in America is extremely hot regarding, you know, diversity and inclusion. So it really meant a lot to me for these organizations to sponsor this resolution. And I yield to questions. That's it.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, Chair Tubb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Chair Holmes. How have you been in communications with with President Cartwright or his office regarding this, or anybody who would actually be in charge of making this an official holiday for UCF?
That is a great question. So I have been in contact with Dr. Guzman, who is the vice president of the Ginsburg Center, and we corresponded through email a few months ago regarding making Juneteenth a UCF holiday. And from our correspondence, I gathered that this has been on the UCF Provost's radar regarding changing the calendar. And she urged me to make a resolution to put it back on his table to show that this wasn't just her that was asking for it, because she did bring it up to him, but as representatives of the student body, that we are echoing that this is something that we want. And I think that I added a lot of sponsorships as well, because I wanted to show that it wasn't just senators asking, but it was organizations that are known here on campus asking as well.
All right, Senator Beckman.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Objection to withdrawal.
Yeah, sure.
Vice Chair Bargy.
Okay, so I remember asking this question last time, so I want to reiterate. Is there a possibility that enacting this and acknowledging and having June 19th off for students is going to conflict with any exam assignments or the overall course workload that they have to go through, specifically those students who are only in a summer A course, so that 6-week-long course?
Just to restate your question. So are you asking if this would essentially conflict with any professor's schedules, if you're asking? Okay. So depends on when the provost decides to implement Juneteenth as a holiday. So if they decide, I would see this being decided on for 2024 so that professors are able to accommodate to their schedules in creating their academic, when they create their syllabuses and their different types of assignments and everything like that. Passing this now doesn't guarantee that Juneteenth will be off for 2023. So I do see a conflict of making it off this year while professors have already created their class schedules, if that makes sense.
Vice Chair Rule.
I just wanted a point of information. There is another holiday that occurs. Memorial Day occurs during summer A, and they have no issue working around that. So.
All right. Chair Tashi.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. We go Chair Tashi first.
Yeah, simple debate. Anytime you get college Democrats, college Republicans, and YDSA all sponsoring a bill, I don't think we should even bother debating it. I think it's pretty clear everyone on campus is going to agree, but obviously, continue to debate it if you'd like.
We're still in line for debate. I'm going to go Eiley, Alderman Chili, and then Senator Berkman.
Firstly, I would like to say that the end of slavery in the United States is a significant accomplishment and achievement in our national history that is commemorated in the federal government and also, I believe, should be commemorated at UCF as well. And besides, who doesn't like a free holiday? Everybody does. So I'm going to be voting in favor of this bill, and I think everybody else should too. And I'm incredibly happy that different sides of the political spectrum, the college Democrats, college Republicans, and YDSA are united in support of this bill, and that's a great thing.
Senator
Berkman. So Juneteenth is a federal holiday, so that means that we understand its importance on a national level. I think it's time to catch up to that here on the state level. Also, June doesn't have any other holidays, so.
All right, we've heard 3 speeches in affirmation. Is there anyone in negation? Seeing none, is there a motion? Chair Tubble?
Move to vote on this resolution.
Motion to vote on resolution 5423. Do withdrawal?
Yes.
Chair Holmes?
A motion to see all my amendments as a block.
There's been a motion. Did you add people to it?
Oh, I already had. Oh, wait. It goes with the bill. It goes with the resolution if it was already on there before, correct? Because I didn't add. These aren't new. Well, these are kind of new from last month on the 1st.
I'm going to see it as an amendment just so you can explain the additional people.
Okay.
So there's a motion to see Chair Holmes' amendments. Any objections? Seeing none. Chair Tubble?
Move for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's a motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Objection? Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Vice Chair Control?
2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate.
So motion for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none. Chair Holmes, 2 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
So essentially, these amendments are just adding very important figures here in the university. A lot of individuals in the Ginsburg Center for Inclusion and Community Engagement, and some organizations here, such as the UCF Black Faculty and Staff Association, president and vice president. That's it.
All right. Now in line for questions. All those questions. Chair Tubble?
Move to debate.
Motion go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Vice Chair Control? Doing a motion to vote on the amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. We vote kind of 36 to 1 resolution, or no, not the resolution. The amendments pass favorably. We're still in line for debate. Vice Chair Control?
Motion to vote on resolution.
There's been a motion to vote on resolution 5423. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. The vote on a 36 to 1 resolution 5423 passes favorably on second reading. Notice legislation on third reading. Bills, Internal Bill 5424 updates Title IX, adding document censures may reference. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate for this? Chair Tubman?
Not a motion, a question for you.
Maybe.
Are we still to return to Resolution 5422, Chair Almanar's resolution on bike lanes?
Chair Almanar, would you like to postpone it or speak on it today?
No, we could do it.
Okay. Is there a motion to return to Resolution 5422? Alrighty. Resolution 5422, resolution to expand and redevelop bicycle lanes at UCF. Chair Almanar, 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
So, I recently this semester moved, or in the fall, to the UCF area, and I had been a commuter for the past year since I transferred from Valencia, and I never experienced the pedestrian or bicycle infrastructure at UCF firsthand. I had only heard stories about how a bunch of my friends who either ride skateboards or walk or ride bicycles are constantly on a daily basis almost getting hit by cars on their commute to and from campus. So I wrote this resolution simply just calling for the expansion of bike lanes where there are none and the improvement of the current bike lanes to be more safe so that there is more of a boundary between the automobile and cyclists and pedestrians.
All right, we're now in line for questions. Sarah Berkman.
Is this feasible given the size and scope of the land that we're already operating in?
I think it is feasible, yes.
Chair Tubman.
Who have you reached out to insofar as trying to get this project on the ground and up and running?
So I spoke with President Lopez. I spoke with Safety and Transportation Coordinator Avery Lane before the break, and we were supposed to have a meeting that we weren't able to do. That she was going to tell me about other universities that she was in contact with about doing similar projects and how we could look at those and apply that to this resolution that I've written. I spoke with Shane from OSI on setting up a meeting with whoever at UCF would be in charge, but I have not been contacted back, but that was again before the winter break, so I might have to reach out again. Non-UCF people, I spoke with the Orlando YIMBY, which is a group of activists who want more stuff like this, essentially stuff like what Sebastian Simcoe and Grace Caslin have been advocating for, and so is Aiden Trainer, and the Orlando Bike Coalition. So yeah.
Senator Schiller.
I know you're saying it's feasible, but by what metric are you saying it's feasible? By beyond other people telling you, is there any statistical factors that you're taking into account, such as environmental impact or actual work being put into some kind of modification like this?
So if we're speaking environmental impact and feasibility of this, when I say improving the current bike lanes, I mean adding a barrier, whether that be artificial or natural. That could be either adding trees between the bike lanes and the or just changing where the bike lanes are, instead of being on the road, being elevated, separated, having trees between the bike lanes and the street, or whether having a probably more cost-effective measure would be having just concrete barrier between the bike lanes and the street.
Senator McNutt.
So I completely understand needing to add more bike lanes to places that don't already have them. But this actually happened today. I was driving on Gemini Boulevard, and there was a biker in one of the bike lanes, and everyone was swerving around him. And I'm obviously they're unsafe, but right next to him is a sidewalk. And maybe I just don't understand biking, but I'm the sidewalk's right there. Absolutely no one was on it. I don't understand why they were putting themselves at risk.
I'll give my answer, but can I also yield after I give an answer?
Can you yield?
I feel did anyone want to respond to that as well? Looked like people did. Okay. Can I do it?
Sure.
Okay. So For the most part, cyclists don't want to be in the same like lane as pedestrians because most times pedestrians might have headphones in, might not be paying attention to their surroundings, and so it just causes another hazard for cyclists to traverse sidewalks regularly. And I yield to whoever wants to answer.
I'm not going to do that, but we're going to move forward. We're going to move forward. I understand, but we're moving forward. Still in questioning Senator Costas.
I do have a question, but I've also had that thought many times. I'm like, why would you be on the road and not on the sidewalk? That's dangerous. But I wanted to ask if you've talked to any Orange County organizations or governmental organizations that can help you with finding ways to get this construction going. I know it's a far reach, but have you talked to anybody that is not specifically in the university?
I have not yet, but it's only on second reading and we'll still be able to do something like that. I also want to state that per the state of Florida, bicycles and cyclists are treated the same by the law as if they were an automobile. So there is more of a trickery of like, sometimes you got to ride in the bike lane to like avoid the pedestrians because you're treated the same way as an automobile, which is insane on both fronts of you want to avoid the pedestrians, but you also don't want to be on a road with a 2-ton vehicle.
I'm going to go Vice Chair Ochoa and then Senator Campbell.
Yeah, just as a point of information, I like biking, and sometimes we go speeds of 40 miles per hour. So it's just not safe going in the sidewalk because it's not safe for you and the pedestrians. So, yeah.
Senator Campbell.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the earlier question. The reason why is because I want to say it's either state or federal law that if there is a bike lane on a road, it is then illegal to use the sidewalk for that given space.
I'm going to go Senator Domino and then Chair Sale.
Yeah, I was going to expound on what he said as well, is that some local counties or cities also prohibit the use of roller skates, biking, and other obviously engine-related vehicles to be on the sidewalk as well. So it kind of depends on the area that you live in. If you're a county or city, state, whomever makes those decisions will allow those modes of mobility on a sidewalk, if that helps answer any questions and provides any clarifications to anybody. I know here in Orange County, we do not. And those are very nice red and white signs that are sometimes on those sidewalks and in various areas that strictly prohibit the use.
Chair Sale.
Similar to the question that I asked Castellan, do you have an estimated cost and time of completion?
I do not, and I do not.
We're still in line for questions. Pro Tem Foster.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm going to Chair Temple first.
Just a little bit of a fun fact and funny, and then I'll debate. Pursuant to Title 23, Chapter 316, Section 2065, subsection 1, every person propelling a vehicle by human power has all rights has all the rights and all the duties applicable to the driver of any other vehicle under this chapter, except as to special regulations, so on and so forth. Sorry, I couldn't resist looking into the statutes, but anyway, I'll debate. Sorry. I will be supporting this resolution in particular because just like as was the case for Vice Chair Castellan and Senator Simcoe's bill, and this is a very important piece of legislation that we need to pass for the safety of our students, because I know a lot of students who use bikes, and of course bike lanes are going to be very important pieces of infrastructure for them, even if we take them for granted as being just 2 lines on the side of a road. That can really mean a matter of life, death, and major inconvenience for people who actually are on sidewalks. I know of a few close friends of mine who use bicycles, so having this would not just be a great convenience for them, but also may very well save their life in the future.
Senator Cozy.
I'm also going to be voting in favor of this bill. There are, like, on the road,
the road is a lot smoother than the sidewalks. On the sidewalks all the time there are like chips in it, and there are like gaps, and there are a lot of things that could throw somebody off of their bike, which could lead to a greater injury or them falling into the road on accident because they were thrown off their bike. So I think it's just a lot safer if we were to find a way to increase safety in the actual bike lane than trying to put them onto the sidewalk with the other pedestrians and all the other hazards.
Senator Costas.
Move to see my amendment.
Motion to see Senator Costas' amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate.
Motion for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none, 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
I will keep it brief. I listed the Orange County Environmental Protection Division. One, because if this eventually does come into fruition, I think it would be good to have the proper environmental policies to make sure this all goes smoothly and environmentally friendly, because it would be a lot of manpower and a lot of work. And then I also listed the Orange County Traffic and Transportation. I think it's obviously a no-brainer to have them on there. They can help out greatly because they have the funding and they work within the government of Orange County. So that's it.
All right, now line for questions. Anyone with a question? Senator Shalom.
Move to debate.
For motion, go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to debate? Chair Taché.
Move to vote.
For the motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Vote count of 34 to 1. Resolution or the amendment passes favorably. We're still in debate. Jerry Ram.
I think all of us are in favor, and we're getting a little repetitive, so move to vote on Resolution 5422.
It's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5422. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 38 to 0, Resolution 5422 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, no solicitation on third reading. Bills, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Aile Almanchili.
Move for 4-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, and 10-minute debate.
You motion for 4-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Taché, whenever you're ready.
Hi, friends. So last time we went through this one, we passed it pretty narrowly. So I'm obviously open to getting questions. As with most of the bills that I've been representing as of recent, I did not write this one. So I may not have all the answers as to the initial intent, but I'll do my best. I will say, as we just passed on second reading, those non-discrimination clauses, I find this bill less necessary, but still necessary, because you never know what may come up. I think we're having this kind of weird conversation as of recent when we're talking about this, where we're like, oh, we're not a courtroom, we can't enforce laws. And in sitting and reflecting on that and thinking as I've been getting questioned on it, I consider us a workplace, and workplaces constantly enforce things that are laws without trial through their own investigation and questioning, such as sexual harassment, sexual assault, similar crimes that, you know, make it an unsafe working environment for the people around them. And so I think, you know, working to expand the purview in which you can censure somebody is a helpful thing. And I don't see any downsides to it. I yield to questioning.
Okay, before we go to questioning, I'll just have everyone, if you go to Cabinet Forum, I believe Attorney General Moore did put the minutes from previous meeting where they at least spoke on it, just so that everyone has a comprehensive view of the issue as we kind of go through this. But we're now in line for questions. ELA tomorrow.
So with like companies, I'm sure they have like an HR team that kind of like deals with these issues and like can dictate what action can be taken. Is there something they use like a specific, like I guess, team that you think would handle this, or would like the entire student body do you think is fit to vote on it?
Well, so you mean the entire student body senate?
Yeah, sorry.
Just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I think we're a team here and we work together as a collective on all things. There's nothing that we pass here that's not passed by all of us. And I trust us as a body to, come up with the right decisions and investigate things properly. And as we normally see, people will take leads on things just naturally based off of what their skill sets are. But since we don't have an HR department, I see no problem with, us handling it as a collective.
Vice Chair Control.
So looking back at the previous minutes from the November 17th meeting, Attorney General did state that there is actually no way to enforce this. And that is coming from a very high executive position, someone who kind of deals specifically in things according to this matter. So what exactly has changed since then, if anything, to allow for it to be enforced?
Nothing. That's the Attorney General's opinion. I have a different opinion. Senator Moll had a different opinion. That's what we're voting on.
I'm going to do Iley Elmanchili and then Senator Berkman.
So, Chair Tache, why would you think that members of the Student Body Senate, none of whom are lawyers and attorneys, even the pre-law students, why would you think that they have the expertise necessary to interpret and enforce federal and state laws?
To imply that we're enforcing federal and state laws would mean that we were fining or imprisoning people for their actions. We're not. We're trying to make sure we're covering our bases, as there are many criminal acts that, in my opinion, violate the conducts that student government senators should not be doing. And if they do those things, we should hold them accountable within our body. But we are not by any means enforcing federal and state laws by holding people accountable to them within our chamber.
I just ask going forward, let's avoid like pointed questions and make sure that we're at least phrasing it more conversationally. Senator Berkman.
Is this not covered in the requirements of being a UCF senator, like being on good terms with the university and whatnot?
Yeah, so that goes to whether or not you've been charged with a crime. But I think violating something, there's different scales to and extents to which people want to report things. Does someone want to make it a thing with the entire university? Do they just want to make it a thing within Senate? The severity of the crime, there's a lot that can be at stake there. And so, for example, if someone were to sexually harass someone in our workplace, someone may not say, I want this person kicked out of the university, but they may say, I don't want them in Senate anymore. And so they would take it here. So I think it would be a good process to have in that respect.
I'm going to go Caldwell McClellan.
Could you just elaborate on some of the forms of conduct you think this would better address and protect against that aren't currently addressed or protected against by our status quo?
Honestly, not off the top of my head that I haven't already currently stated. Most of my argument from when this was on second reading was based off of what's now been covered by 5426, the non-discrimination clauses that have been added to our code of ethics. But, I'm sure there are things that I'm not thinking of off the top of my head. Also, I want to highlight, just because we have been talking about mainly federal and state laws, that it also in here includes the UCF Golden Rule and mandates from student government, judicial, and executive branches. I just wanted to remind everyone of that as we're having this conversation.
Dylan McClellan.
Going back to your previous example, if somebody were to sexually assault another
and then they're censured for that, do you believe it is appropriate justice to just let it be a censure? Because as of right now, censures hold nothing more than you get an email that you've been censured, and that's it. It takes 3 censures to really do anything.
Yeah. I don't know specifically how the statutes work and if grounds for censure are also grounds for impeachment. And I think that's up to the interpretation of the filer. We could look into that more. But as far as someone committing a serious crime and then hypothetically, only getting impeached, that's at the discretion of the victim of the crime and how they'd like it to be handled. And whether or not they'd like to make it a legal matter is, a separate thing.
Chair Temple, is that?
I have a question and I believe a point of information. Should we as well?
Do the point of information on the question.
All right. I believe it's as J. McClellan had said, it takes 3 censures outright, and it does not matter the circumstances to actually be liable for impeachment and thus removal from office. And then also my question, if I may, would it not make more sense for somebody if they were to be held in misconduct against the state or federal law to be referred to a higher body as opposed to just a committee full of student senators? So say, for example, the university as a whole, or even or if it were a criminal court, a criminal offense, an actual court.
So again, I'm trying to keep the options open of the person who was wronged in this situation or whatever the hypothetical situation may be. The same way that in a workplace, someone rather than pressing charges would approach an HR department, someone may just try to remove someone from Senate rather than pressing charges.
That'll follow up. Good work.
So does that imply? So I'm just trying to wrap my head around this because, as you well know, that student government does not have an official HR department. So, how would you foresee trying to implement and enforce this, provided that the amendment on the bill does not go through and it stands as is? How would you attempt to enforce such this?
Yeah, I don't think it's that complicated. We have an established censure process. This is just adding additional, stuff to what you can be censured over. But the process itself changes not at all, whether it's based off of our statutes or statutes other people wrote that we say that we're including. I don't see what's different about the process.
Chair Temple, last question.
Final follow-up. So does that mean then that the censure would take precedent over anything, for example, like an actual referral to a higher department or even a criminal court? Because that kind of sounds like what this sort of is to me.
No, someone can get fired for their job for something and also arrested for it. Those are separate things. This would take no precedent. We don't have the power to establish that.
Vice Chair Crowe.
So right now it's sorry. Attorney General Moore had said that this could cause issues with legal action. If the person feels some type of way, the university could be sued due to this. And my question for you, it would be if that is like a case basis, would you be okay with having this be in trying to figure out a way to word it up before impeachment rather than just a censure? Because like everyone's saying, a censure really doesn't do anything unless you have 3. So I would be more comfortable putting it within impeachment and not a censure, so that, I mean, at least then we'll get the person out. The censure just says, oh, hey, that. Would that be something you'd be okay with?
Yeah, so I didn't write the bill, just as a reminder, not that, I shouldn't be able to answer questions on it, but as far as why censure versus impeachment, I don't really know. And I can dig through the statutes to try to figure that out. Sorry, you said a lot. Can you rephrase your question?
Just asking if you would be okay with, instead of having the federal and state statutes be on a censure, rather have it be on impeachment rather than a censure.
Point of information, if I may.
I'm going to let Chair Taché answer first.
I was going to say, sure. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I think it should probably be both. but that's just my personal opinion.
I'm going to allow Senator Berrickman's point of information, and then Chair Wanjin, and then time has elapsed.
Title 7, Chapter 700, 700.1, offenses punishable by impeachment shall be D, conviction of a violation of local, state, and or federal law.
That was the point of information. I'll take one more question. I'm going to go Senator Schul.
So I have to ask, wouldn't in the case of someone facing a sexual assault, the primary concern is how the actual evidence of a situation like that will be handled? Because making a claim like that is, well, it's a strong claim to start off, and we're a student body. We realistically are not.
Can you ask a question?
Yeah, I'm getting to that. I just need to put out the fact there that with that in mind, if it is to such extreme that it reaches that point, how exactly is something like a censure or impeachment nearly related to the level of that kind of crime, which would go to courts?
For like the 12th time, that's at the discretion of the person who is filing this. If they do not want to be going to the police, that is their discretion, and they should have other outlets to not have to work with people who they feel have violated themselves or others around them in unfair ways.
Time has elapsed. I'm also going to add, I will decorum or ask if somebody's question is taking too long. I understood that was context for the question you were asking. Given that there's a lot of hands, Chair Temple.
Yeah, so I will be assuming that Chair Wanjin's amendment does not stand. I will be voting against this.
Wait, Chair Temple. I thought you were doing a motion.
I'm sorry.
I saw it. Okay. Is there a motion? All right, Chair Temple.
My apologies. Move to debate. Wait, are we in my?
Okay, I'm going to rephrase. Seeing an abundance of hands remaining, is there a motion to extend questioning from anyone? Vice Chair Control.
Motion to extend questioning by 5 minutes.
So motion to extend questioning by 5 minutes. Any objections? Withdrawal?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any motions to extend? Dealing Colon.
My hand was up for debate. I don't know if we were like prepping hands for debate. I saw a few hands up. I was wondering if anybody actually wanted. I'll yield to Caldwell.
Well, we are now in debate. Y'all keep your hands down, man. Wait till I say it. All righty. We're now in debate because it's time elapsed. So all those wishing to debate, I'll go Dealing and Colin first.
I'm going to say that I'm going to be voting against the bill if this amendment does not pass. I do want to say that, as Senator Berrickman stated in 700.1, offenses punishable by impeachment, the common theme between, and it's not just D, section B as well, or subsection B, states that improper student conduct defined as a violation of the golden rule, which resulted in a sanction for a student, is also punishable by impeachment. The commonality is that the violation was decided, that there was a violation and there was a conviction of local, state, or federal law being broken. So those are when somebody else has decided that something happened, and then we can have subsequent punishment for that individual. We can't decide that somebody violated something ourselves, which is what this would open up to. It's not saying that somebody was convicted and then we can do it. It's like we are the ones convicting. And if we don't have that ability, because we're not an actual body of law, that does bring up legal problems with the institution, where they're saying, how can this set of students decide that I did a murder or something like that? That's not due process at all. And also, I would not want to put LJR in the position to have to see those kind of cases. That would not be something I'd want to throw at the committee. So
I'm going to go Urea, then Wanjin.
Motion to see the amendment. Can I?
There's a motion to see the amendment. Any objections?
Can I do a point of information real quick? I've been waiting like 10 minutes. I'm sorry. This is like actually important.
Sure.
Okay. So we can't do this. We'll be sued. I linked
That's
an
the-
article in the minutes. No.
I hear no. I'm gonna see it later. Cherry Ray.
Motion to see Katrina's amendment.
There's a motion to see Katrina's amendment. Any objections? Seeing none. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speech, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's a motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Cherry Ray, do you yield to Chair Wangin? Okay, Chair Wangin, go for it.
To echo Chair Olmener's sentiment, we can't do the part that I'm removing. We'll be sued. So I'm removing the part that we don't have jurisdiction over is basically my intent. I think it's pretty obvious that we can't decide that somebody's committed a violation of either state or federal statute or golden rule when we are not the bodies that decide whether or not that violation occurred. Those bodies already exist, and those are the bodies it should be going through. Especially if you don't want to take it to the police. Take it through UCF Golden Rule, file it through the university because we are an entity of the university. I yield.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, ELA to Marla.
I'm a little confused. Does this like negate the bill, or like what is this? What difference does it pose?
So this is basically making it so that it just says, including but not limited to mandates from student government, judicial, and executive branches, which is what the other legal mandates section was always intended to be. But this basically just makes it so that that's more clear that it's not supposed to be federal and state statutes in the Golden Rule. For all intents and purposes, it is negating the bill, but I do think that that wording is still something that is useful to have there.
I'm gonna do Senator Bethesda and then Chair Tasha.
No, so if we vote in favor or against, what does it mean? Like in for or against?
So for my amendment would be removing the part that's being added about federal and state statutes and Golden Rule being something we can censure over. It's basically not trying to give Senate powers it doesn't have.
Chair Tasha.
So you were echoing the sentiments of Senator Almanar in the sense that we would be getting sued over this. Are you implying that we would get sued just by having this bill pass, or there are hypothetical situations where we could get sued?
I would say obviously there needs to be a party who's been injusticed. That's not a word. By being censured over these things. I'm not a lawyer. As far as I know, we wouldn't be sued just by passing it, but we'd be sued if we tried to censure someone over the things that our statutes say we could, which we shouldn't have.
Chair Saseda.
What is your reasoning behind deleting the UCF Golden Rule portion as well, considering that isn't making us a legal body?
That one is more, first I asked Brody if based off Caitlin's statements, that would be something else we couldn't put in here. And he said probably, so to be safe. And also because we already have entities within UCF that are intended to pursue figure out whether or not there are violations of UCF Golden Rule. It's, again, just like the federal and state statutes should not be our jurisdiction, whether or not it's illegal. It shouldn't be something we are trying to make the decision on.
Senator Berkin.
Might, if we include this in, if we continue to include the federal and state mandates, begin as an investigative body, investigating student conduct on our own as a Senate body.
I mean, basically, yeah. If somebody tried to file a censure there, in order for us to say we're actually submitting a censure against someone, we would be saying that we think they committed a violation of federal or state statute or UCF Golden Rule. I think that answered your question.
Chair.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm going to go Senator Caldwell first and then go from there.
Yeah, I'm gonna start by reminding us kind of where this entire bill generated from. Back in fall, we had a senator attempt to censure another senator over alleged transphobic comments that made them so uncomfortable that they eventually left the body. The attorney general's opinions at that time were, in my opinion, inadequate because they effectively told us that we can't censure someone over this kind of behavior because these documents aren't included. If they were included, we would be able to censure them and thereby protect our own members. We are now in a position where we are being told if we include these, it will cause legal issues for us in the university. So clearly there's some sort of cycle here that I'm noticing in which it feels we can't actually protect our membership and something needs to change there. For that reason, I'm going to vote no on this. I think it's something we can revise later if we actually have a legal opinion from someone with no ill intent to our executive branch, an actual lawyer who can speak on this with concrete decisions, not another student like ourselves, as we're all clearly confused. We can revise it then. But at the moment, I think what's important is protecting our membership. So I'm going to be voting no on this amendment with that in mind, because I don't want to lose another senator to something like that.
I'm going to go Eli DeMarle and then Chair Ulmer.
I'll be voting yes for this amendment. I understand what Senator Caldwell is saying, but Brody can maybe fact check me on this. If you present the same case of student conduct and the person is found guilty, they're dismissed from Senate because like they've broken like the rule that makes them a senator.
No. If someone goes through a conduct case and is sanctioned, that's FERPA protected, so you won't know that information. The only way that would affect your eligibility to be in this body is if the sanction specifically limited them from being a student leader.
So, do you know what sanctions limit someone to be a student leader?
So when they go through the conduct process, if they find a student in violation of the golden rule, then at that point they look at potential sanctions, which can range from a whole wide variety of things. So those sanctions could include papers or activities or reading, whatever, right? Could include lots of things. If one of those sanctions happens to be limiting their student involvement, then the next time we checked eligibility, that would show up. Outside of that, yeah, and of course, suspension or expulsion, of course, would also show up as no longer being eligible. But yeah.
Okay. Never mind. I don't know how I'm gonna vote. So I'd like to hear more debate.
So I will vote yes on this amendment, mainly due because we are essentially a fake government, not a real court of law. The judicial system within the United States is the only system legally within, due to the bounds of our Constitution, that can prosecute someone and essentially come to the fact findings through a jury, through a judge, and then sentence someone that you committed a crime or you committed some sort of felony or non-criminal crime or non-criminal felony, and then give punishment. An institution like a student government cannot do that because we are violating the due process clause of the Constitution. There was a similar case about 3 years ago, in 2020 at FSU, where a Senate president made some racially motivated comments about the Black Lives Matters movement and was then no confidence out of the chamber. But then he sued the Florida State University and they were losing the case, so they settled out of court to pay him reparations. Essentially, we are opening up a Pandora's box of lawsuits whenever anybody here feels that they were removed for violation of freedom of speech. Due to the fact that we are not a court and we cannot say where the line of freedom of speech exists, we cannot do this. I will vote yes on this amendment. Do with that information as you will. I linked the article in the Senate minutes for everyone to read. Have fun.
Chair Taché and then Chair Urick.
So I think the main point that's getting missed here is it's not like if someone brings a censure forward on these grounds, it has to get passed. someone bringing a censure forward just means you're going to look into something and you're going to investigate it and decide as a body whether or not to vote on that. In that case, I think each time that something like this were to come up, which is not a frequent occurrence within our body, thankfully, it could be decided amongst everyone if we think it's within our jurisdiction to handle. And so I think all this does is provide the opportunity for potentially some gaps that exist within our statutes that we may or may not know about or realize at the time. I think this allows us to cover our bases. And if we find ourselves in a situation where we think, we don't actually want to censure this person or get rid of this person or whatever, because we don't think it's our jurisdiction, we think we may get sued, then we handle it accordingly in that specific situation. You know, I don't see anything wrong with that concept.
So I debated the same way last time and it still passed, so I wasn't even going to debate really. But I just want to echo what AG Moore was trying to say, that basically, just to give a scenario, imagine I said that a senator here stole something from me and then we censure them or impeach them, whatever. And then I go through the due process of the law and that person didn't end up doing it and was found like not guilty, then you can be sued. It's happened before many times where someone will lose a position or whatever it is over some false allegation, and then they now have grounds to sue. This isn't just the first case. And so it's just opening, as someone said, a Pandora's box of uncertainty. And I just don't really think it's the best idea. I do agree with the other bill we had passed earlier regarding discrimination clauses and stuff, but this one I just don't really agree with.
I'm going to allow Ali Allen Chili briefly, and then debate time will have elapsed.
So I'm going to be voting in favor of the amendment because I do think that the student government should not be opening itself to lawsuits, and we don't have people that can interpret federal and state law. And there's also the possibility that a law, whether passed by the federal or state government, may be immoral and discriminatory to the extent that the student government has a responsibility to not act on it. What I'm saying is, if this goes through, we might have to act on laws that are potentially unsavory, in addition to the courts doing their work, and that's not something I'm a big fan of. So I'm going to be voting in favor of the amendment.
Alrighty. Debate time has elapsed. We're now in voting procedure on the amendment. The vote count of 21 to 9 to 8. The amendment passes favorably. We are still in debate on the bill. Chair Temple.
Although this isn't particularly germane anymore because that part was removed, I looked into the definition of practice of law, which is posted in the agenda. Do with that information as you will. But now with that information gone, I'm not entirely sure how I would vote on this now because, as was stated before, I believe that this really doesn't have much of a point to me unless somebody else can make the justification to include this particular clause within it. I would like to hear more debate from the body as a whole to determine whether or not this should even be passed at all.
We'll let Chair Wanden, if you want.
Basically, at least in my opinion, this clarifies what other legal mandates is kind of intended to mean. Because I know the first several times I read this before Jan talked about it at the LJR meeting where the censure we were previously talking about was seen, I genuinely had no idea what that meant. I also thought it was like federal and state statutes, and I was like, that's a really weird, far-reaching power. So I think this does like kind of clarify that this is not intended to mean federal and state statutes, and it's intended to mean our legal system, I say in big quotes.
Is that well, that's not, can't really be a follow-up. Sarah Cola.
While I'm disappointed with the passage of the amendment, I still think this is a step in the right direction. As I said before, clearly something is unclear where we can go in a circle of somehow being constantly unable to enforce basic like humanity towards each other because someone saying they talk to me in a way which was demeaning is protected speech. Look, here it's protected speech. Well, we can't reference that. At least this clarifies it, and hopefully in future AG opinions, we're able to actually recognize that when someone said something, there's witnesses to them saying something, we can just say, hey, you said this and it made someone uncomfortable because it was targeted towards them. Hopefully this gets us towards that. Again, I feel like it's been very clear over the last several months that we are at the moment unable to rely on our system to actually enforce some level of civility when dealing with each other. We talk a lot about wanting a nicer and less toxic chamber. I think this is a step in the right direction. And if your best criticism is it doesn't do much, then that's no reason to vote it down.
Sure, Toshi.
Can I ask a question to whoever can answer it? Because I didn't write this bill. So can someone give me an example and the rest of the body examples of what some mandates that have come down from the judicial and executive branch are and how they would be enforced in our body?
I want to pass out to Brody to see if he's got any ideas.
I would say theoretically, judicial review is a thing that they can do on any kind of action or decision that's been made. So if they were to do that and mandate that something happened, I guess, potentially an appeal, maybe if if the election commission just ignored the decision of a violation appeal, I don't know. Yeah, those are the theoretical options that I can think of because I've definitely never seen any legitimate ones.
Teal McClellan.
I do want to say that this isn't being amended. This is just part of the notification of censure in the statutes that basically you can reference anything in student body statutes, and we just added a non-discrimination clause to our statutes. So there's that. And I don't really know what a judicial or executive branch mandate would be. Executive branch mandate might include an opinion from the Attorney General. I'm not really sure.
Pro Tem Foster.
May I direct a question to Brody? Brody, would a judicial mandate be, I think caucus chairs can appeal no confidences to the judicial branch?
So yeah, so if they were to overturn the decision of the no confidence by the caucus, yeah, like I'm trying to think about in what scenario that mandate of overturning it would be not followed, and therefore you would censure somebody because they, you know what I mean? Like they're either the chair or they're not. I guess you could theoretically censure every person in the caucus for not allowing the reinstated chair. I don't know. Maybe.
Chair Wangin.
I have a good one. So CRT and FAO, those decisions, if CRT and FAO choose no, you can't get funding. Judicial can, or people can appeal those decisions to judicial. So my theoretical was if the CRT chair or FAO chair still refuse to send it to the accountants because no one else really knows how to do that. So that would be something that could very well happen. That would be censurable.
Okay, Brady, I'm going to ask to clarify. What does this do? And I respectfully more because a part of it just sounds like, in theory, this empowers particularly attorney general decisions. So I just want to understand so everyone has better clarity.
So I think that what this does, and I think that Chair Wangin has kind of referenced this, is that it doesn't, I would argue that it doesn't change anything, but it does clarify what legal mandates means, right? arguably you already could be censured for not upholding an executive branch or judicial branch mandate, but it's debatable, whereas now it will no longer be debatable, and that is clear. Now, again, like how often those mandates happen, is again debatable, but I would argue that this bill clarifies what other legal mandates is referring to. So do with that what you will.
So then to clarify, when it says executive, does that include attorney general opinions as a mandate? Okay. Technically debate time has elapsed. So is there a motion to extend debate, Chair Taché?
Can we extend debate time by 1 minute?
There's a motion to extend debate by 1 minute. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Taché.
Yeah, I figured I'd speak on my updated position as the introducer of the bill. I think in a world where seemingly the speaker, the pro temp, the DLEG, our advisor, and the author of the bill are all confused as to what the bill does, I don't think that promises well for people interpreting it in the future. So I'm going to vote no on this because that was the one part I didn't specifically understand, but it didn't seem as important as the other parts, but now it's the entire bill. So I'm going to vote against this.
Pro Tem Foster.
Move to PPI Internal Bill 5424.
Do you withdraw? Yeah. We're still in debate. DLEG McCollum.
My only thing about that is that I think that it does kind of clarify a little bit, and the confusion that we had was not really, we were just thinking what they could possibly be because they practically don't exist. And I think that, yeah, the only solid example that we're given right now is attorney general opinions, which we kind of already, like, it doesn't really, it just adds it to something that could be referenced. So you could reference an old attorney general opinion. I don't know about that. Okay, well, no, like not that it's something that you could do. I'm sorry. My confusion is what in there one might even reference.
Okay. Debate time has elapsed again. Chair Temple.
A motion. I believe everybody is quite confused on this bill tonight, so I'm going to revive Pro Tem Foster's motion to PPI this bill.
Motion to PPI this bill. Any objections? Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Chair Taché.
I'd rather just vote no on it. I don't know. That gives me more clarity for some reason. I don't know. That just feels more correct to me. Because also maybe there's a bunch of people who like it. So I don't know. I'd rather just do that since it's on third reading right now.
Chair Temple.
A point of clarification, if I may. So PPIs mean that this bill will not be seen again until you, of course, pick it up at some point. But this would probably give you more time, at the very least, to discuss this a bit more and try to find more clarifying language until then. If that helps.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that, but sure, in theory.
Debate time has elapsed. Just want a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is that an objection? Do you withdraw?
Yes. I know debate time has elapsed, but I made an amendment. I think it would clarify things just a little bit.
Do you withdraw the amendment? The amendment has been withdrawn. Is there a motion? There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're in voting procedure. Vote count of 7 to 27 to 4. Internal Bill 5424 fails on third reading. Is there a motion to move back to internal legislation? Alrighty, no legislation on first reading, none. No legislation on third reading. Constitutional amendments, none. Bills, Internal Bill 5425. Updates to Title III, reapportionment of Senate seats. Is there a motion to PPI?
So moved.
Any objections? Seeing none. Resolutions none, special acts none, notice of legislation on second reading, constitutional amendments none, bills none, resolutions. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
So a motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Any objections? Do withdrawal?
Yes.
Chair Cicero.
I would actually make a motion to postpone this to the next meeting. I know that past 11:30, people really aren't in the headspace to have a productive discussion. So I'd really like to have a productive discussion about this without rushing it.
There's been a motion to postpone. Any objections? Seeing none. Proclamations none, special acts none. Senate forum, we'll do a couple minutes. Chair Deshay.
Yeah, so I had a couple things. The first one I thought of hours and hours ago, but feels like days ago, when we were talking about the CRT funding. And so my preface to this is, if this is stupid and wrong, don't even feel a need to jump in and correct me and explain why. Just ignore it. I'm just suggesting this to the people that may want to consider it because they know what fiscal is. I think we could consider having a max amount per person rather than RSO. I think it's kind of unfair that a seemingly really large RSO, may get punished for taking a bunch of members to a thing, rather than like the RSO that we had come in today was like, we want to go to California for a full week. And that feels like a much different way of asking for a lot of money than hypothetically an org that just has like 100 members. So if that's something we could consider, I'd say consider it. The other thing was much more positive, which is I think we did a great job tonight. I really liked tonight's Senate. We had a lot of pieces of legislation that were like pushing the university to actually improve the conditions of our students. And I think that's awesome. I'm obviously stoked about that. I've been pushing for us to become a more activist type body for a while now. And I'm really excited to see a lot of that come in. Hopefully we can do it about things other than just infrastructure soon, but I'm loving how hard we're going on the infrastructure stuff. It's great. And I'm really happy about it.
Chair.
All right, I've been trying to do this for like a month and a half now, so if I might forget stuff, but I just wanted to give an update to Senate on the Narcan resolution that I did. I have in no way forgot about it. I literally we've been running out of time. So I met with First Year Experience back in the fall and UCFPD multiple times, and we discussed different ways to incorporate Narcan education into orientation, and they were super on board for it. And now I just circled back with them literally today for the planning meetings that are going to start this semester with First Year Experience and UCFPD and all that. So I'll have like a full update hopefully by the end of the session that it is like concrete and has happened. But right now the planning is going in for summer 2023.
Vice Chair Spalding.
I do think everyone did like a fairly good job, but I do want to encourage people that want to talk to raise your hand. Like I understand that maybe you might be shy or haven't like found your voice yet. That's understandable, but like we want to hear what you're saying because we care. Your opinion is important. So like say it to the floor instead of like saying it in a side conversation because that's also distracting. But still, I want to say like good job to everyone tonight.
Chair Wungen.
Hey guys, so ABP Spring Showcase, which is alternative break program for any of you who I haven't talked your ear off about it, is in the atrium this upcoming Wednesday from 3 to 4 p.m. if you want free food and to learn about our spring break trips. And MLK Day of Service by VUCF is on Monday starting at 8 a.m. if you're interested.
Alrighty. Chair Temple.
All right, I'm going to steal what Chair Wungen just did, but also advertise civil discourse and engagement by announcing once again their civil discourse week is starting next week on the 16th of January. Please attend their events. I posted it on the GroupMe. And also, I'm going to steal what Ayala Young Lemon Chili did very early on and say a very fun fact about today in history. So in 1932, Hattie Caraway became the first woman elected ever to the United States Senate. And since then, we have had one of the most diverse Senate bodies in this in our nation's history. I'm not quite sure how many women are in this in the Senate nowadays. My brain is absolutely fried.
Senator Costas.
I'll pass.
Senator Caldwell.
Yeah, I just want to shout out something really cool that I think YDSA has done recently in collaboration with the Food Service Union Unite Here, Local 362. 2 students successfully, have now gotten 150 workers at Terminal C of MCO and the food service there at Delaware North to file for unionization. We're expecting certification within 2 weeks, thereabouts. This is life-changing for 150 families. This is going from $6,000 deductibles to 0, from $200 for health insurance to 20. This is negotiating fair wages, harassment and grievance procedures, scheduling so families can spend time together instead of working, closing, and opening with random breaks throughout. This is actual dignity and respect in the workplace. And a couple college kids worked to actually revive new union organizing in Orlando. It's one of the first campaigns to really expand in Orlando. And I'm just super proud of the work that a lot of those people have done and really proud to be a small part of it.
Alrighty, I'm gonna allow Almanar, Harrell, and it looks like someone else is typing, but then after that, we're moving on. Almanar.
Just to let y'all know, on February 4th, it's a Saturday, People Power for Florida and College Dems are hosting and organizing boot camp training on campus in the union.
Harrell.
Yeah, I would like to just say we are senators. We are here for a vote. If you're not here to vote, it's kind of redundant. So I would love participation from senators and not just being here for the resume. Please be here to make a difference. Don't just come in and leave and then come back. I'm kind of tired of that. I think it's more of a disrespect to who you're representing than the body. I think it's very important to have a voice and to vote and to let go of your obligations as a senator is kind of upsetting for a lot of senators who take this so seriously. So please keep that in mind. And I'm so excited for this semester. So I'm excited to see what everyone does.
All right, Senate deliberations. Anyone wishing to deliberate? Seeing none. Advisors report. Brody, before we begin, I will allow everyone one time when you raise your hand for senator shoutouts, and then we will move forward. Brody, go for it.
Ethan, just start writing them down now so you don't forget any. Okay, so first of all, welcome back. It's good to see you. Glad you're here. Quickly, as you know, elections are starting up soon. Packets are available. Declaration of candidacy is not for a little while, but preempting all of that, please keep conversations about the election or about campaigns or about anything else out of the office. Ideally, keep it out of the union, right? One of the big reasons why we live in Florida is that you can go on a walk in January and it's comfortable. So do that. Go on a walk and talk about it if you'd like to. Yes. As it's a new semester, I'll be checking eligibility again. So if you have any concerns about that or any issues, feel free to talk to me. Yeah, and we'll dive into some senator shoutouts. Yeah, we got Ethan again. I'll just keep writing. I'll get to you at the end. Barrickman.
I'd just like to shout out ELA DeMarlo for setting up all the dean meetings last semester. It went really smooth despite multiple hurricanes.
Very good. Hurrah.
I wanted to shout out all the new senators. I'm so excited to have you guys, everyone. And then I also wanted to shout out Chair Tribble and Vice Chair Perry. They've been doing an amazing job in CRT. They have excelled in every way you could think of. They work together and work with the committee, and the student body is really lucky to have them. So I think you guys should come at least see CRT to see them work in action. It's actually pretty enjoyable to watch.
All right, good job.
Shout out to everyone who's graduating this semester. I know it's been a long ride, but it's almost over.
Wanjun?
Everyone who's on budget committee, I know it was a kind of rough 2 days, but at least it was only 2 days.
Salcedo.
I want to shout out the future vice chair of Hispanic Caucus. You're out there somewhere. And we're going to be best friends.
Tashe.
Yeah, Harrell's thing reminded me of this. So I wanted to say shout out to the new senators, and I wanted to say that I know I don't introduce a lot of legislation. It's because I'm very busy, but I'm very good, in my opinion, at helping people come up with legislation based off of what they're passionate about. So if you'd like to chat about ideas for ways you can use student government to improve our campus, I would love nothing more than to have those conversations with all of you.
Holmes.
I just want to shout out the Black Caucus. We have been doing so well this session. I am just so happy. Like I'm just so happy with everything that we've done, and I appreciate every single one of you. That's it.
All right, Yellow and Chili.
I would like to shout out 4 people, one being former Senator Mole. He was a great senator. He's a great friend of mine, and I really miss him. So shout out to former Senator Mole. Shout out to Senator Temple for, as always, doing a stellar performance leading the GAP committee. Shout out to Senator Caldwell for being instrumental in helping unionize 150 people at the Orlando Airport Terminal C, which is arguably the greatest airport in America. But besides that, it is great that 150 people have much better lives and can support themselves and their families much better than they could previously do so. And shout out to Senator Wanjan for a great job being the chair of the ANSF Budget Committee and putting the hard work that nobody else in here really did while we were gone. She did an incredible job answering questions for people who had doubts about the new budget, and I really appreciate her great work, and I think the Senate should do so as well. So really good job, Katrina.
I will take a second to second that particular shout out. The budget committee and Katrina especially was put in an incredibly challenging situation, and she managed it better than anybody could have expected. So I'll give my own shout out on there. Costas.
I want to give a very special shout out to the sun, because without the sun, none of us would be here.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? All right, Temple, take us. Oh, wait. Sorry.
All right, 2. So 1, I'm gonna give a shout out to all the new senators, even the ones that haven't scheduled an orientation with me yet. But I want to give a special shout out to Mr. Cantrell. He was really outspoken today, had a lot of great debate, was moving the agenda. So shout out to Senator Cantrell.
All right, one more over here.
Shout out to Ryan because he answers all my fiscal questions no matter what time I text him, and also for putting parental controls on my TikTok because I'm no longer addicted to it.
All right, Ethan, take us home.
Alrighty then. So first and foremost, I wanted to, brain fart. I wanted to shout out Katrina for first running a very smooth and very quick ORS meeting, and for running a very smooth and very efficient budget committee meeting. And I also wanted to shout out the senators on the committee. So Senators Holmes, DeMarlo, former Senator Gell, and of course Vice Chair McClellan. I wanted to shout out Senator ILA Yalamanchili for the great work that they're going to do for SLC, and of course joining ORS finally. I sat in on CRT. I wanted to give the shout out to the whole committee, especially Chair Tribble and Vice Chair Perry for running through 39 allocations in one meeting with 5 members, which is still astounding to me. I'm going to of course shout out GAP because that's my favorite committee in the whole world. ORS can well, I'm not going to say that. Yes, there's beef between GAP and ORS. Fight me. New senators, I'm very surprised at how engaged you guys are, considering how insane these past meetings have been. So I love to see the new initiatives, new drives that you guys all put into this positions. I wish you the best of luck, especially those who had just joined new leadership positions. Speaking of which, Senator Cantrell, congratulations on your new vice chairmanship position at ENA. And Senator Almanar, congratulations on your ENA chairmanship. You're going to do great. And finally, because I'm currently running a bit over time. Congratulations to all those who graduated in fall, and future congratulations to those who are going to graduate in the spring. I am done.
Before we move to Netta, I will just to bounce off Brody a little bit. Yeah, kind of throughout the next coming weeks, you'll definitely be emphasized as much as possible to not talk about the election stuff, particularly when you're in the office or in the union. I personally am not going to have a tolerance for it. I know President Lopez isn't either, and then whoever the next Chief Justice will be also won't. So if I do hear repeated things, then I will be speaking to them. Obviously, you're able to talk. In theory, you can in the union, but I would highly encourage what Brody said, literally anywhere else on campus, but it just generally has been a thing to not speak about it in the office. It makes people uncomfortable, as well as takes away from the fact that we are still actively doing a job. So talking about the next job is it's kind of like when you're in your workplace and you're talking about how you just got hired somewhere else or trying to get hired somewhere else. It's kind of a weird vibe, but I won't tolerate it. So that's my warning. I'd hope that I don't have to kind of move forward, but you know, no one can say that I did not warn you all. But with that, to be more happy, Netta.
Hello, everyone. So if you check your Senate emails, I sent an email talking about setting up a one-on-one with your advisors. I would definitely want to try and do that this semester, just at least have like one meeting with either me or Brody or both of us, if we can figure that out. But I am going to really do this for anyone who's like Senate exec. So if you're in like a chair or vice chair position, I'm going to keep a spreadsheet and I'm going to make sure that I have at least 1 to 2 meetings with y'all. A couple of you have asked me like what my job is, and that is my job, is to advise and have meetings. So please let me do it. Remember that you're a student first, and if you ever need anything, email me. I check it all the time. As you can tell, that is my job, to check my email. So if you need anything, feel free to just reach out, school related, Senate related, anything related. I'm here for you.
All right, Alo.
Hey guys. I only have like one business thing and the other things are like fun things, but I'm going to be trying to go through the entire website and change all of the incorrect data this week. So probably tomorrow, actually. A lot of the things on the roster are just blatantly not correct. So we're going to fix that. Shout out seniors. We're going to survive the semester, even though the senioritis is like already setting in. That's so bad. I've been spending a lot of time at this cool bookshop downtown. It's also a coffee shop, and it's like a pay what you can afford coffee shop. So they literally ask you like, what would you like to pay today? It's pretty cool. It's called Credo, and the bookstore is called Zeppelin. So for my fellow literary people or coffee people, their lavender syrup is really good in the cold brew. Would highly recommend. The bookstore is actually run by one of the MFA students here. So he started it himself. He's super cool, and they sell like a lot of independent booksellers and local authors. So yeah, if you're into like weird books and good coffee, 10 out of 10 would recommend. And finally, I did a 14.5-hour drive all in one stretch up to Ohio with my 2 cats for Christmas. And on the drive back, it was a 19-hour drive because of traffic, and they did amazing. I now have 2 little travelers. I wasn't sure how my new cat was going to do on the trip, but he did amazing, slept in my lap the whole time. So yeah, that's my cat update.
Alrighty, are there any questions for any of our advisors? Seeing none, miscellaneous business. Alrighty, we got a lot to get through here, so we're going to try to do as fast as we can. To start, resignations. I hereby resign Senator Cura, Senator Urea, and Senator Moda from GAP. I hereby resign Senator Betheja and Senator Duke from FAO. I hereby resign Senator Yalamanchili and Senator Taché from LJR. As you'll notice, my name is on a bunch of these. I have an internship. I do not want to hurt everyone's quorum, but I will say that our caucuses need members. I highly encourage you all. Kind of the reason why I joined in the first place was if I can do it, you all can do it. And they do great work. Chair Holmes and the Black Caucus are a great example of a tangible initiative that the caucus was able to achieve at Night Stop. highly encourage you guys to really consider it. I know it's an extra commitment, but it's worth it, and you're helping communities that are, directly impacted on campus. But with that, I resign myself from the LGBTQ plus caucus, APIA, Disability, Women's, and Black caucus, as well as from the Hispanic Latinx caucus, Senator Borges. Alrighty, elections. Is there a motion to open the floor for LJR nominations? Senator Castillo, do you accept? Senator Holmes, do you accept?
Yes.
Chair Wanjin, do you accept?
Yes.
Is there a motion to close the floor for LJR nominations? All those in favor? All those against? Congratulations, y'all are on LGR. Sure. Alrighty. Is there a motion to open the floor for FAO nominations? Senator Kira, do you accept?
Yes.
Senator Moda, do you accept?
Yes.
Is there a motion to close the floor for FAO nominations? All those in favor? All those against? Congrats, you're on FAO. Is there a motion to open the floor for CRT nominations? Senator Duke, do you accept?
Yes.
Is there a motion to close the floor for CRT nominations? All those in favor? All those against? Congrats, you're on CRT. In the interest of time, I want to get to it next week, but just for the sake of it, is there a motion to postpone the ANSF Budget Committee election until next week? All those, well, okay, yeah. That's what it seems. Alrighty, appointments. I hereby appoint Senator Yalmachili to ORS. I hereby appoint Senator Taché and Senator Capozzi to GAP. I hereby appoint Senator Capozzi and Senator Castillo to the Hispanic Latinx Caucus. I hereby appoint Senator Butler and Senator Spalding to the Black Caucus, and I'll take that. I appoint Senator Duke to the Disability Caucus. With that, all I will say is that next week, should you still need to make a change, more than happy to do that. Work with me and work with your chair, particularly the committee chairs, to make sure that, we don't have to mark you absent, things like that. We're going to be as lenient as we can. I know it's a chaotic start to the semester, but definitely email me so that I can make the change next week and, subsequent weeks from there. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Nick to do the fun part.
All right. I've been waiting all break to do this. Honorable mention. I think we're going to go with Costas for the nice scarf. Give it up for Senator Costas. Three, I told Taché I really wanted him to wear his new overalls, and he wore them, so. Two, we're going to go with Chair Wanjin, the all-black affair in the back. And number one, I got to go with Chair Almanar. That's a really nice suit.
With that, Chair Tumble.
I've also been meaning to do this all up until the break. Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
Glad you've been looking forward to that. So a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Urea, I would just ask everyone to just wait until Chair Urea is done to start packing up. Thank you.
Trainer,
Present.
Tribble,
Here.
Podier, Moda,
Here.
Kira,
Here.
Nimbargi,
Here.
Donovan,
Here.
McClellan,
Present.
Millington,
Present.
Temple,
Present.
Capozzi,
Present.
Caldwell,
Present.
Spalding,
Present.
Castello,
Present.
Parmar, Cantrell, Perry,
Present.
Sheila,
Present.
Butler,
Present.
Batasia,
Prison.
Simcoe, Wanjin,
Present.
Campbell, I'm so sorry, Campbell, Domino,
Present.
Foster,
Here.
McNutt,
Here.
Becerra, sorry, Yalamanchili,
Present.
DeMarla,
Here.
Patel,
Here.
Uchoa,
Here.
Harrell,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Barrickman,
Present.
Almanar,
Present.
Castellan,
Present.
Hall,
Here.
Holmes,
Present.
Platties,
Present.
Costas,
Here.
Duke,
Here.
Martin, Saucedo,
Present.
Taché. All right. 42 out of 44 quorum is verified.
I I hereby adjourn this meeting at 11:54 p.m.